Hello. You here too? Interesting. It is time once again. Oh, well, now, I guess we've already done it yesterday, but we're not doing the same as with last week, of course. This week, we're gonna do something a bit more exciting, I guess, to see than the last week at least. I guess it depends on what you like, but you can see new music too, because why not? New music is, I like to switch it up sometimes. And today we have some Latin music. We'll see how long it goes until somebody sings in the background again, but until then, let's enjoy some nice trumpets, I guess. I don't know if that's a trumpet or not. Welcome, Zahobo and Amethyspian. No, yes. Nice, I actually did it right? I don't know. Welcome. Hope you had a good day. Let's see. So, yesterday I continued working on this. So yesterday we finished, got quite far on the head, and now, after the stream was over, I worked on it a bit more. Now we have the body. So the body blockout is done. So the next step can be to create the pose, and then of course the rest of the stuff. The interesting or the cool thing about this, that statue that I have planned is that she is kind of, she has a full outfit on, so which is also not like, body tight, I guess. Dude, the trouble is getting crazy right now. Which means that we probably don't even need to refine her body too much. It can only serve as like a guide for the clothing on top, which I guess, is something cool, I guess. I don't know. I usually like sculpting a body more than the clothing, for example, but in this case it's kind of just wasted time if you were to do that. Welcome, Ash. Hope you have a good day. Glad to be back to see this progress. Yes, so also you can see this is the blockout that I did. Pretty simple to, I guess, pretty simple to do. Basically, yesterday we started with the head because the head is a good measurement for the rest of the body's proportions. And so once the head was somewhat finished, I then just made this little scale right here of I think it's like 7 or 8 heads, which I can then use to kind of create the lengths for all the other stuff. And also I didn't do hands because I don't like blocking out hands. And it's just basically once the rest of the body is done, then you switch to the next body, which is just hands. And I didn't want to bother with that yesterday, so I just grabbed them from base mesh and put them on there, which is why they already look so detailed. But the good thing is those are probably going to be visible, so it's having already detailed hands is actually pretty good. Welcome, Lion. Hope you have a good day. Daniel Smile, welcome. Good morning. Megatator, welcome. So this is the full body now that we have. One thing I want to do just to compare, I guess, the changes that I've done to this between the stream and then afterwards is actually copy over the old version, because I saved a new version once I started off stream, so I can compare this to the old version and see how much it's changed. Maybe not much, maybe a lot, we'll see. I also sculpted some hair just to see what it looks like. Also, it's interesting, like sometimes the viewport looks weird, and so something you sometimes just have to do to really see if the sculpt looks good or not, because sometimes you're just sculpting and adjusting things and sculpting and adjusting things, and it just doesn't look that great to you. Something important that you should always do when you're doing that, and you don't really feel like you're getting ahead, you don't really, improve it, is to switch to rendered view and just look at it with like a overhead light, for example. See how this already looks much better for some reason, I don't know why. And then if you add like a mask and stuff for the eyebrows and stuff, it looks, you know, like a decent person, I guess, like a normal person, which sometimes the viewport, like the normal viewport matte cap, just somehow makes it look weird. So sometimes it's just good to, you know, set up like a light that is just coming from up top to create a more natural lighting to see what, you know, what the face would look like. But yes, let's switch back to here. So it's the two devils in me. Yeah, love your videos, thank you. Walking Cob way. Yeah. So now we can basically, oh well, yeah, so the thing of course that's missing right now are the clothes and then also the dragon, but I think I want to add that once once it's posed, because then, you know, it's just much easier to you know, the dragons, adding them once the pose is done, I think makes it just easier, because, you know, why would I create a neutral pose for the dragons if they're fairly simple to do? Actually, we could sculpt the heads, but I think I'm going to do the pose first. Oh, before that though, of course I want to compare it. So hold on, let me do something real quick. There it is. Okay, so yeah, I want to compare heads first. So let me copy it over from the previous version. Let's see, right here. So this was the original. Let me copy it. Bam. You can already see some differences, but let me let me remove everything that's unnecessary. I guess this doesn't need to be here anymore. Then all these cubes. So, oh, heads, hands too. I guess you could call them hands here. Okay. I feel like this music is a bit too distracting, too prominent. Let me change the maybe relaxing music. There you go, that's a bit more chill. Yeah, so the hair needs to go too. So here we have the new version. There you go, okay, new version. And then we have the, wait, I don't even know which one it was. Was it this one? No, that's the eyes. This one? Yes. So here we have, here we have the, oh, I know how to do it. Hold on. There's a trick that we can use here. If you create two collections, and then, I don't know, don't need to call them anything. And then we put this head into one of them. And then we put the other one, which is this one, right? Yep. In here. Then you can single enable one of them by pressing, which one is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 doesn't work. Nice. 1. Wait, something. I thought when you press the number keys, it just switches them. Whatever. Okay. I guess that doesn't work well. Let me just bring it back. Okay. I guess we do it manually. So here we have 1. Okay. I have an, oh no, I don't want to deal with it too much. Okay. See, here we have, I guess we could just do this. There you go. So everything kind of just got a bit smaller, I guess, and a bit more defined. Like the lips, for example, the nose, the structure is a bit more defined. The also a bit more adjusted, of course. I've also grabbed a few more references just to kind of for some features of the face that I wasn't so sure about in, you know, at that time. So here my references have expanded a little bit, like here for the faces, for example, or here for the body, just to have like a general idea. Yeah. There you go. And yeah, so I think especially the head was just a little bit too big. That's something I think I usually have kind of trouble with, kind of measuring or kind of setting up the top and but I usually make them like way too big. But But once you add the neck and the rest of the stuff, that kind of helps me bring it in again. And also this guy here, if you ever, want to do character sculpts, for example, one of these dudes is really, really nice. Having just a, like an anatomy, I guess, reference, like a 3D anatomy reference that you can just rotate around and look at everything. It's really, really nice, since you can then, see whatever you want to look at or you want to reference from any angle. And here, for example, for the head, I was able to see that the back of the head is fairly, or like the distance between the ear and the back of the head is fairly short. So I saw that this, for example, is a bit too long. And also the top was a bit too high. I saw that when I added the hair, and the hair just looked like it was just a bit too tall, I guess. So I just lowered the top as well. I guess you could probably even lower it even more, but I think it's fine. So yeah, there you go. You can see the differences, but I think they're more subtle. I also changed the distance between stuff a little bit, but yeah, okay. Also, a trick that I remembered when I refined this was to sometimes when you're sculpting and you don't really know what like, if you do like small changes and nothing really changes, something you can do to kind of see if if a change would be useful is to really exaggerate the change that you want to do. It's kind of the same. I've heard the same trick being used in like music or sound, I guess, adjustments, where you, for example, want to, I don't know, raise the highs, lower the lows, so that the voice sounds better. Something you do there is, for example, increase certain values way more than you necessarily need, just to hear what the difference would be, and then you can rein it into how much you want to change it. So here, for example, something I did was like, oh, maybe the lips need to be a bit higher. So I just raise them up and just see kind of, oh, does that look good or not? Oh, does that look better or not? Does the eyes a bit lower look better or not? And this way you can quickly see, if the changes that you have in mind, in an extreme, improve it or not, and then you can rein it in and reset, and then do the change in a kind of smaller format, I guess, or in a little bit less extreme. Love your GXK vid, thank you. Welcome Bricker back. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Yeah, so now that we have the body and the head, we can actually do the poses. So there are a few things that I had in mind. Let me actually bring everything back. So I first thought about using just a basic flat base, but then I thought that would be kind of boring. So I thought about different ways to pose her, or like giving her like an environment that she can stand on. So for the reference, of course, that we have here, for example, something that I don't necessarily, why I don't really necessarily want to do that, like want to just give her a basic, I guess, a basic flat ground, is because then most of the interesting stuff happens in the top half of the body or of the statue, and then you just have the legs going to the ground. Something I think by adding giving it in slightly more interesting, I guess, ground to stand on, you can pose the legs a bit better and make the lower half also a bit more interesting. So one idea that I have was to use stairs. I actually, let's see if we can find some stair references, because that kind of lends itself very easily to the legs being asymmetric and creating a more interesting pose. Let's see if we can find some references there. Maybe I also thought about a chair or something similar to sit on, but I think I would rather not have a sitting pose. Maybe, but actually maybe. But I would probably prefer a standing pose, but I guess we could look at some poses now, just to find something. Have we done that yesterday? I don't think so. We've only looked at different, the other stuff. Okay. Welcome, Samoyed. Hope you have a good day. For your Deadpool anime, did you use Blender 4.1 or 4.2? 4.1. 4.2 I think uses a new updated Eevee, which I think makes the toon shading a bit worse. I haven't tested it yet, but I think that's what I've heard. So I think I'm probably going to stick with 4.1 since that still uses the old version. Where you get all those pics from? Pinterest. So let's see. Oh, I guess we could look for like photography stair poses to see what we can find. Like this could be interesting. So something so for example, if you look at poses, let's see. If you look at poses like this, for example. Oops. If we have the dragons kind of around her arms, and then, you know, she has like a this cropped hoodie on and stuff, it's going to be very very, I guess, top heavy in terms of like points of interest. So this can make it, you know, having something like this can make it much easier to kind of focus everything a bit more and make it a bit more even, since the legs then are a bit more, I guess, yeah, first of all have a more interesting pose, and also I guess are a bit closer to the other points of interest, and also make the, I guess, the statue itself a bit more interesting. And I think I want to stick with something that is not just standing, I guess. But I think I want to still look for some interesting standing poses just to see if there is maybe something that I just haven't thought of that could still look good. So I think this one looks cool. But maybe I want to look for something that is a bit more elegant, I guess, since that is kind of the half of the theme. The more I thought about it, the more I don't know about the outfit that we have in mind, or I had in mind for this yet. But I think today we can block it out and then see if it could work or not. So we can see today if it, you know, if it would work. So something like this would probably not be too elegant. This could also be interesting, but this one, of course, you know, something also to keep in mind is that the dragons kind of have to somehow move around. She's kind of mainly interacting with the dragons, I guess, on the top half. So we kind of just make them like very close to the body, since then there's no place for them anymore. Welcome, Joshua. Thank you. Yeah. So this one's interesting, maybe a bit too extreme. This one's good though. And maybe this one. I don't want to add, so for example, stuff like this isn't really that possible because I don't want to make the base too high and take up more space than the figurine, for example. So for something like this, I would have to create a wall where she could stand on or lean on. And yeah, I don't want to create like a huge wall on the model itself. Let's see, anything else? So I think just like like some stairs as the base could be something more interesting. Yeah, I think I think these are pretty nice. And then let's also look for some standing poses, I guess, just to see if there's something interesting to see. You know, if there are any that could convince me to stick with standing poses. Let's see further. There you go. Yeah, these oftentimes interact with things, which is maybe not the best for what I have in mind, because, you know, I don't want to add like a lamppost again. Here's a sitting one again. So the main inspiration for this, of course, is also standing, kind of like, you know, sideways, I guess. But of course for here we don't really see the legs, so they don't really take up space and kind of change the distribution on this image, so it works a bit better here. But of course I want to include the legs, so that's why, you know, I probably want to have a different pose than what she's using. One I actually kind of like is this one right here, with the cross-legged right here. But I think it could work. I think this could work. So we're gonna, I guess I'm gonna keep that one in mind too. We could maybe do 1 or 2 poses, or 3, and then see which one looks best, and then go with that, I guess. I think that would probably be the best idea. Just to see some blocked out and see which one just fits best with, you know, also adding the dragons and stuff, because they're kind of part of the pose too. Welcome, Used Tissues. Welcome, Joachim. Hope you have a good day. Just watched the Godzilla video. Nice. They made new Eevee more realistic. I wish they could just fix volumetric lighting instead of making new engine. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit, you know, I think more people use Eevee to create more realistic renders than, you know, there are people that use them for non-photorealistic stuff. So I think it makes sense for them to make it more realistic. And, you know, it's basically just like them saying, well, you still have the old version, so you can just stick with 4.2. 4.1, and if you want to have a more realistic version, then made that available now too, by creating a, you know, updating it. I guess they could have kept a different model, but yeah, I guess for them maybe it wasn't just, it just wasn't worth it enough. Yeah, this was also kind of cross-legged. So I guess we can keep this one on too, just to kind of have another reference of the same pose. And this one is a bit too open, I guess. We'll see. Oh, this one's the same pose. Whatever. I guess I like this one kind of more, but whatever. We'll just keep both. Let's see if we can find like 1 or 2 more. I kind of like this one actually, since it also kind of plays with the, you know, the arms being a bit more active, and maybe she could hold one of the dragon's heads in her hand, and then they look at each other. Maybe I think that could be cool. So I think I'm going to stick with keep this one, and then maybe 1 more. Lying could also be interesting, but I think that would change the base a bit more, since if it's just like a round base, for example, it wouldn't really, well, it would, I guess it would become like an oval base, but yeah, I think I would rather stick with a upright pose, I guess, because that just makes the base a bit smaller, I guess. I don't really like having 2 big bases, I guess, since they, you know, you kind of need one usually if you don't want to, you know, if you want to make sure that they keep standing. But I just, you know, I don't like if they're like too big. So usually I like to keep the base as small as possible, and then if they're lying, then it makes it a bit harder. Also, of course, if, you know, since for the chess pieces, for example, I had to make sure that the characters kind of stay in between the size of each tile. But for like a normal statue that isn't meant for like playing chess with them, it doesn't necessarily need to be that way. So I guess you could go with a smaller base, even though the character kind of reaches over the base, since, you know, all the base is kind of meant to be there for is for more stability. But yeah, look at that leg, Jesus. That's a trained leg if I've ever seen one. Running around a lot in running marathons in in high heels. That's what that looks like. This one could be interesting, actually. I kind of like this one because it's kind of, it's sort of looking over the shoulder at, I guess, the viewer, which is kind of cool. So I guess the other decision would be whether it's just like the characters interacting with the dragon, characters looking at the viewer, or maybe the, yeah, whatever. So there's another decision to make. Too many decisions. Welcome, Skizer. Yeah. Let me grab all those and then put them in PureRef, and then we can, you know, sketch out some of the poses, I guess. There you go. Oops. Hope everybody has had a good day so far. Maybe morning, maybe evening already. Where would it be evening right now? In like India, right? Australia would be asleep right now, maybe? Actually, no, hold on. Australia would already be awake again, depending on where you are in Australia. And then America would be asleep. No, Australia would still... whatever. Okay, let's get to this. Right here. Evening for you, yeah. Oops. Oh, okay. Yeah, so... yeah, right. It's... when I wake up, usually in Australia, it's getting late. And then in the evening for me is when Australians wake up. Yeah, let's just put them all in here. You can also pull them straight into PureRef, I think, images from your browser. But usually I like to save them in my folder too. In like a, you know, in the project folder, just because that makes it easier to... pull up the project again. You know, maybe, I don't know, the PureRef file breaks or whatever, and then all the references are gone. If I ever want to pull up that project again, I still have those references there if I need them, which yeah, I guess just like another another way to make sure that I don't lose anything. Fun fact, I save all my projects at some point when, you know, my hard drive in my PC is full. I save my projects, whether it's videos or Blender project, I guess, or 3D projects, on a separate hard drive. And while I was copying a lot of stuff over, I had multiple windows open of, you know, the different folders, I guess, like hard drive and then external drive. And then I copied one thing over, and then, you know, since it's copied over, I deleted it. And I realized, what I didn't realize is that I copied it from one, that I don't even know how it exactly happened, but I copied it, and then I deleted it since I copied it, but then I realized I didn't copy it. So I just deleted like the first 1.5 years of all the project that I've made in Blender. So all that stuff is now gone. I think even more, like the first 2 years, even stuff I think that I made on stream at the beginning is gone. So yeah, that was nice. I just deleted all that, which is very unfortunate, but I guess it still feels better to delete your own stuff rather than a hard drive breaking, because that's just something you can't do anything, you know, it's not really your fault, so you just have to accept it, which in my opinion is even worse. Oops. You know, if you made the mistake, then you have something to blame, or, you know, you can let your anger out on someone. But if it's like a hard drive, then, you know, I guess fate just destroyed your day. Okay, I think we have enough. I think we have enough references for this to work. This one is also kind of interesting, but I think this one's a bit too... I have an idea for a pose. I think I'm gonna actually sketch them out for a second just to keep them in mind. I think I have 3 poses now that I would like to sketch out. Let me show them to you Let me bring my mind onto a canvas, okay? Let me show you what I have in mind. So, okay. Let me go here. Actually, yeah. Oh. You appear to taking it well. Yeah, I'm not really a sentimental person, so it's just unfortunate, I guess. Since, you know, sometimes it's cool to look back on stuff, but you know, it is what it is. So there's no point in I don't know, in thinking about it too much. There you go. You can export images into folder after they're in Purif. Oh, yeah, maybe that. Can you batch export them? That would be cool. Because then I would probably just do that, like put them all in Purif and then batch export them. I haven't tested that yet. But yeah, so 3 poses I have in mind, okay? Let me connect my tablet real quick, and then of course I need to set the area again. Oops, that's the wrong one. Hold on. This one. Boom. Okay. So 3 poses. Here it is. First one. I need, I guess, opacity, and then this one. So first pose. Oops. Sorry, I'm not prepared to sketch. Okay. That's enough. Okay. So the first pose I had in mind is a sitting pose. Sitting pose makes it easier to bring everything closer together, all the interesting points. And of course, this would involve stairs, of course. So they would be sitting on stairs. And then you would have like the legs kind of like this, sideways. Da-da, with, you know, the feet right here, whatever. Okay. There you go. Like this, okay. Sketching skills have very much worn off since I have drawn last time. And then the body would kind of be in this sort of sideways pose. Let's see. Bam, bam. And then you have the body right here. And then maybe what you could do is the one arm could be leaning down onto the stairs. Okay. Onto the stairs. Like this maybe, or I guess full straight up arms like this. Da-da-da. There you go. Okay, and the other ones would be doing this and then up again. There you go. To hold. There you go. The other dragon, and then she would basically be looking at. Oops. At the dragon, kind of like this. Okay. And then the hair, woo, somewhere. Okay, there you go. You know, the stairs would be kind of here. Multiple stairs, of course. And then the dragon would be around her neck, maybe kind of going around the arm like this, and then onto. There you go. Mean looking dragon. And then onto her hand to kind of look at her, and the other one could maybe go just around the arm, and then I don't know, look somewhere. I don't know where to look. Maybe in this direction too, because it's getting neglected, so it's even angrier. There you go. There you go. Give him mouths. There you go. That could be one. Okay. And then, there's a badge option. Okay, I need to see that. I need to check that out then at some point. This is a change in direction for the dragon lady. Yeah, just figuring out the pose that I want to go with. And then, let's see. The next step would... Oh, and then the other pose that I had in mind was... the stairs pose, another stairs pose. But this one is a bit interesting a bit more, I guess, different. Basically, it's kind of like a round stairs, like this. Okay. And she would basically be standing like, I guess, I don't know if I could draw that pose well. Let me find the reference that I had, this one. She would basically facing back from the camera, at least her body would be facing back. The legs would be kind of here. Okay, and then standing on the stairs like this. That's a horrible foot. Like this, okay. And then she would be basically looking forward. Jesus. It's getting worse and worse. I need to stop drawing. And her arm, I mean her shoulders kind of covering her arm. Maybe the arm, I don't know what the arm would do, but she would then be holding the railing that, you know, the stairs would have. I don't know if you can see anything in this, but I hope this is kind of visible what I'm getting at here. There you go. Oops. Okay. And the other arm could kind of, I guess, just do this. There you go, I don't know. And then the dragons would be around her neck somewhere. And she would basically be looking forward at the viewer. So kind of like the pose, kind of like this one here. I just tried to recreate this one. And then try to kind of think about how you could implement the dragons too. The cool thing about that pose is that you could make the base a bit more interesting by making it sort of like this rounded staircase, which could make it a bit more interesting. And then the last one that I have in mind is, I think the other standing, is it another standing pose? Maybe. Oh yeah, kind of a pose that would be, let's see. It would be sort of, let's see if I can draw it sideways. I think that's better. Actually, I don't, it's kind of basically this, okay? Basically this. Yeah, basically that. So that's the third idea. I don't want to sketch that out because I just needed to kind of visualize these two, but this one is kind of already what I had in mind or what I like. So this one could be the third one. So yeah, either these two or that one. Let me, do I even save these? I guess I'll just keep them temporary in Photoshop. There you go. Yeah, so that's kind of the three that I have in mind. Let's just sketch them all out and then see which one would work best. I think we first need stairs. We need normal stairs and then we need round stairs. How do you do round stairs? I like the first one more. Yeah, so I think once it's blocked out, it's a bit easier to see which one looks best. With these sketches, it's just kind of putting down the ideas just to kind of, I guess, see, which one, get in and get a first idea, I guess. But yeah, so we need round stairs and then we need the normal stairs first. I guess we could just do a simple cube. Also always good to start with. Yeah, something I've seen people say before, like tips for Blender, is to use like the bevel tool to create stairs by using like a custom bevel profile and just setting it up as stairs. But I think you can do it here, right? No? With type, no, there's some sort of way, but I don't like that way, okay? Because it just not, I don't like editing it like this. What I like to do usually is just to go in here and just create one stair, I guess, like this. And then just use the array tool to create, stairs like that. So we go here, set it to 1, just do this. There you go. I feel like that's easier. I like that more. And then you can just do this. There you go. Of course, it's not going to be that big, but just to showcase what you could do. So I guess we already have the straight stairs. Now we need the rounded stairs. And I think there's a modifier for rounding this mesh, I think. Let's see. Well, there's one, I guess. Let's see if that works. So if I grab a... Is there a screw curve? No, there's a... where is it? I need the... not the path. Hold on. I think there's a screw curve if you enable an add-on. I think it's like extra objects. There you go. And then we should have... curve spirals. We need, I guess, this one, maybe? I don't know. That's not really a spiral, but oh. Let's try that again. Simple deform. Yeah, I think it's easier to use a curve and then make it a curve deform. Let's see. Screw, yeah, the screw modifier was the other one that I thought about. Let's see. We need to change the z-axis starting point, which we can do with... Oh, interesting. We need a good old empty. And then we can select that here. Okay. First of all, what I want to do is reduce this so I can see what I'm looking at here. I don't actually know if these screw would work. I think the screw modifier works a bit differently. Let me try the... Okay, hold on. I actually already activated the modifier. So I want to see if I can select this. Height. Aha, look at that. Okay, that's what I wanted. But not that many turns. I probably just need like one. Yeah, that's good. And then the height can be adjusted afterwards too, but I guess it can be kind of like this, maybe. Okay, and then I want to mirror it. Perfect. And now, probably need to move the anchor point over here. The pivot point. There you go. Then snap it over there. First, we need to do this, I think. And then we can snap them together. And then, now comes hopefully the magic. Curve modifier. Deform curve. This one. Interesting. Nope. I think we need to stick with X. But maybe rotate it, let's see. Definitely not. Okay, maybe that's not the right one. Hold on. Welcome eyes. New EV material view mode is so slow, is it? I haven't really tested it yet. I'm still using 4.1. I'm using someone that switches immediately to the new version. Only really if I think there's something useful there. Welcome that cube. Thank you. Yeah. So I usually don't switch that quickly. Do you mean just like if you open EV up, like if you open EV and then like the rendered view and then switch materials, or do you mean the material preview? Is that what you mean with material view mode? I feel like this is correct, but not. Maybe not. Oh, we're getting somewhere. Maybe. Hold on. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, dude, do I have to look up how to do this? I feel like this shouldn't be too hard. I guess I could also just pull up a wait, can you yeah, you can, but that doesn't work. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna grab a circle. What's the circle? This one? No. This one. So, I'm just gonna grab a circle, okay? That makes it easy. Welcome Gaming Bias. Hope you have a good day. Simple deform modifier. Let's try that one too. Oh right, hold on. I forgot about that one. I usually don't use that one too much. Simple deform. There you go. We need this. No. Maybe. No, that's not the right one, is it? It's kind of a weird... Oh, we don't need twist, do we? No, we need... Which one do we need? Taper. No. Wait, maybe it is... No. I don't really need to... Hold on. Maybe I need an empty object. The hardest part about this project, creating a rounded staircase. Let's see if this works. Okay, this music is a bit weird. Let's get back to familiar grounds, shall we? There you go. Oh, hello. Basically it, but wrong axis. Why is... Oh, because I rotated. No, it didn't. What happened here? It works. Oh, I guess I can just rotate this. Look at that. Easy. Easy. Perfect. Okay. That's better. It's kind of big though. Maybe if I can make it a bit smaller, it makes it a bit... Oh wow, it actually gets... So this maybe, and then go closer. And then probably also change the angle to make it a bit thinner. Yeah. Okay. I think, how many do I actually need? I probably only for this one at least need like 3 stairs to really show, you know, what it is. So I'm gonna stick with probably, 4. Oh, actually, okay, yeah. Let's stick with 4. I think that's fine. And then we can change the angle a bit more here. You can use array around an empty, can you? Yeah, you can, but then the stairs also... So the problem is, of course, that these stairs need to be thinner in the middle and then wider in the on the outside, which I think this accomplishes pretty well. I just need to adjust the shape a bit. Probably what I want to do is change the angle a bit. Also change this a bit. Yes, that's what I wanted. That is what I wanted. Okay. I don't want to make the inside too, like, way thinner than the outside. I want to give it, you know, kind of like a fairly even ratio, I guess. Because if you look at this, for example, you can see... Well, I guess this one isn't really a good reference for a spiral staircase, but let me actually look one up just to make sure that I'm not, you know, making up what a spiral staircase actually looks like. Okay. Here you go. This one looks fine. Why does it look like it's sloped? Oh, because it's shot from upside down. It's shot upwards. Okay. So I think the only difference for these compared to mine is just that the inner radius is a bit bigger. So if I move this over, this should fix that. And then I probably also want to make these a bit thinner. I think that's nice. I want to kind of keep it in a certain shape. So if I, for example, make it like way too big, that's kind of a weird statue, right? Because she's only going to be standing on 2 stairs. So I don't want to make it too big. And I think that's pretty good. That doesn't take up too much space. You could maybe even cut off like this part here, but I think I actually want to keep it. So I think that's fine. Yeah. Maybe actually, let's see. I think maybe I want to just make this, because there should also be, you know, there needs to be a, like the railing in the middle. So I need some space for that too. I think something that we definitely don't need is all the length, so we can probably shorten it a bit. And then I think we're there. If I just move that over. Yeah, that's what I wanted. Look at that, that's much better. Maybe a bit tall now, but that can be adjusted. There you go, that's actually, let me do this. That's fine. I think that's fine. Okay. It's rotating in the wrong direction, but that's that's okay. Love the Deadpool video. Will there be more videos on it? Yeah, there will be a part 2 where I create the actual animation and not just, you know, still frames. Okay. Yeah. So let me just rotate this real quick, and then we can create the railing too. Probably just like a blockout first, because we don't know if this one's going to be the final final shot or not. Why is it over there now? There you go. Okay. Yeah, so this one's the rounded one. Oh, let me add, yeah, that one now. I think what we could do basically just is to add a, let me just do this. I'm going to duplicate it, and then, oh, I think I need to do this. Oh, interesting. I guess I can adjust that in a second. There you go. And then, I don't know how tall, it's kind of hard to estimate how tall she's gonna be, so I guess I could just make it like this tall maybe. Looks about right. And then we need another top right here that will fan out again. Okay, like this. And then if we adjust the Z height, we get this. Not perfect, but it's kind of I guess I can also adjust this part here. Interesting. Why is it flipping it? That's weird. Why is this one going? Interesting. As you can see, I've never really used the simple deform, only like once or so, so I don't really know exactly what's happening here right now. But there you go. As long as it looks somewhat how I think it should look, it's all good. You know what? This is fine. This is fine. This, I think, gives us a good idea of what to expect. Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Dunn. Welcome. I appreciate it. Yeah. So I could make it even thinner. Let's see what that looks like if I make it even shorter. Because, yeah, the base isn't really that important. All you really need is like this bit. As long as you can stand on it, it's fine. So these stairs can also be thinner. Oh. Even maybe like this. And then probably also not, we probably also only need like 4 or 3 even. But these probably need to be a bit thinner too, like in this direction, because she needs to sit on it, and then, you know, if they're too shallow, it's kind of hard to creating more diagonal pose, I guess. So these can be a bit more steep like this. I think that's fine. Okay, there you go. Maybe 4 is good. Okay, so the way we could pose her now is either with by just moving the limbs, like the blockout limbs, or by creating a very, very simple rig and then rigging her to that. I feel like if we make multiple poses, it might be easier to just rig her, but I'm not sure. I think that's easier. Let's just do that. Let's just create a very, very simple rig. Let me call this head scale. Yeah, when I usually create multiple poses, I like to rig the base mesh because that makes it easier to also do like small adjustments, because oftentimes the base pose that you have in mind might not be the perfect one, and then creating like these small adjustments, also like the torso rotating or the hips rotating, is kind of harder if you just rotate the individual pieces rather than using a rig. So I guess we can just use a rig here. Also, simple tip, the human meta rig is good, since you don't necessarily need to turn it into a meta rig, into a rigify rig. You can also just use this and then keep those bones if you want to have like a very, very simple human rig, which is basically what I want to have here. So we don't even need to turn this into a rigify rig. Also, we don't need all those bones now. The problem, of course, you can run into in rigify if you want to use the actual generated rig is that when you then, for example, don't need the face bones, for example, you could for example just delete them, and then all of a sudden when you want to generate the rig, you get an error code, and then you don't know what to do. So that the reason why that happens basically is because Rigify is basically not just a collection of pre-made rig, pre-made rigs for like dogs and different animals and humans, but it's more a tool to allow you to create whatever rig you want. And these pre-made base rigs are basically just pre-made rigs. So, for example, what I could do now for this rig, for this meta rig, if I want to make it more complex, maybe she has 2 heads, or maybe she has another arm, for example, I could go in here and instead of just adding a bone like this, you can go into, I think into the data tab, I guess, and go down here to samples, and here are all the different elements that a Rigify, or like the different sets of bones that a Rigify has. And there are sets of bones because Rigify kind of saves what that set would look like if it is generated. So for example, the simplest one is probably just the, I think there's like a basic bone. This one is basically basic copy chain, for example. So just as like a triple, 3 bones, which are, I don't think they have anything special to them. They're just basically like 3 bones in a row. But other stuff, like for example the eye, for example. Oh, there it is. Very, 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 very small. Includes like the eyeball bone and then the eyelids bone. And then if you were to generate those, it would of course create a a proper rig for those with multiple levels of control and stuff. And the problem is, if you have these sets, for example, and you delete a bone from the set, it wouldn't really recognize, or like you need to keep all the bones in a set alive, otherwise you get this generating error. And that is oftentimes why, for example, when you delete the face bones, and then you want to generate, it doesn't work, because you also need to delete the bone that is like inside this bone that I already deleted. Otherwise, there's like one bone of that face set still there, and then it just gives you an error because it can't find the rest of the bones. Usually it's good to start with, it's just, if you don't have like any unusual anatomy, you can just use the presets. But if you, for example, have like a have a character with with 4 arms, for example, you could like just duplicate this arm, I guess, or you could see what the arm is made of. For example, if the other 2 arms don't have a forearm, you could look at, what's the beginning of this bone chain, which should be upper arm L, and then there should also somewhere be like a classification for what it is. And then you can kind of build that kind of setup for yourself. I think usually these, for example, what are they called? The fingers. What are fingers? Those I think are usually made out of spline tentacle, because that's kind of the best control scheme, I guess, in a final rig. So, and I think you can see that somewhere. Let me see where it was, because it once you know how Rigify works, it is a really, really useful system, and not just a system where you just get some pre-made rigs. I just don't remember where it is. And then once you know how it works, you can also very easily add stuff like weapons to a rig, or you can adjust the rig to, change the how it works slightly, and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't remember where it was. Was it in here? No, I think it must be in here. If I select, usually, I think it was like if you select the first bone in the chain, somewhere you can see the name. I just don't know where it was. Okay, whatever. Yeah, but that's something interesting about Rigify. Okay, but now since I've deleted the all the face parts of that face set, I guess it shouldn't give me an error. But of course, I'm not going to transfer it or or generate it anyway, since I just want to use the base thing here. There you go. Oops. Can't wait. Animating the most difficult part of me, so I'm excited to learn some new tips and ideas. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit more difficult than the first part, because the animation is another hurdle where it could look 3D. So I'm gonna probably experiment with some different techniques. I've seen some cool stuff already on Twitter that definitely makes like techniques to make 3D look more 2D, and I just have to try them out. Also, another cool tip that you can also read in my newsletter with all the tips and tricks that I share there is a really, really useful hotkey for me is the shedding the 3D cursor somewhere. The 3D cursor, of course, can be used as like a pivot point, like here, for example. If you set it to transform pivot point 3D cursor, I could, for example, just rotate this down to fit it into the arm, for example. And this can be very, very, very useful for stuff like even just placing bones. So if I, for example, go in here to the fingers, and I press Shift right click, or what I could do if I want to be very exact, go right here into the middle of the finger, press my hotkey to place the 3D cursor there, which is just, I think it's like in here. I don't even know where you find it in here. Oh no, wait. Oh, it's Shift S. Shift S, cursor to selected is what I just did. And then if you go to the bone, select, for example, the tip right here of the finger bone, you could then either press Shift S, selection to cursor, or if you have that as a hotkey too, you can just press that, and you can very quickly speed up the placement of these bones. So bam, 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 bam. Did it. Right here, so bam, and bam. And that kind of makes it much, much easier to place all the finger bones, for example, that can be a bit hard to get, get right. I have it on the button above, what is that button actually? Above tab, left of 1. I think that's kind of different depending on which keyboard language you have. For me, the symbol that's on there is basically just like this one. Yeah, this one works well for me for that hotkey, and I use this a lot. So for example here, because I want to put it right in the middle of this finger, or at least place it somewhere in the middle of this finger, I just select this edge loop, press the thing, go in here. Oops, I mispressed, damn it. Press the thing, and then snap it on it. Do the same here, press the thing, go in here, snap it on there. And there you go, these are already placed. Not perfectly, but pretty good. Just like as a base placement, that's pretty good. And then here, I guess here. This one looks a bit weird, so I'm going to use this one. There you go. Welcome, Not Easy. Yes, I did release the video already. The end result for this will be a 3D printable figurine. So once that is done, probably next week on Monday, you will see the fully printed version of this. Or if we're gonna finish this before that, maybe even this week. But you know, if you join on Monday and ask about it, I can show it to you then, for sure. Okay, there you go. Look how well they're already placed with just a few hotkeys. Really useful. Yeah, I've kind of gotten into the habit of using hotkeys more and more because, you know, Blender kind of makes it hard to use hotkeys. They kind of try to keep you away from the hotkeys just because of how horrible the hotkey editing interface is. It's like you need to you're looking up a hotkey and then you find 15 different things that are applied to that hotkey in different windows and different modes and different whatever. And finding the one that you're actually looking for can be such a pain. But the good part is that you can also just change them by, for example, if you look for the Shift S function here, selection to cursor, you don't necessarily need to go into the hotkey editing interface. You can also just go in here and say oops, wasn't it right click? I guess it doesn't work in here. You need to go into the menu then. It should be either, it should be here, right? Snap, there it is. Snap selection to grid, and then you can say right click, assign shortcut. This way you don't need to look for the right shortcut to change. You can just change this right where you can, look for the function and then give it a shortcut. The only problem can arise when you, for example, want to or give something a hotkey, but then it doesn't work. Then you need to find the hotkey and see why it doesn't work, which is kind of annoying, but usually most hotkeys generally work. You can, for example, try the hotkey that you have in mind, and if it's already, if it already does something, I guess, then it doesn't work. But if it not, then it should usually work. Let me show you a trick that I learned from a Guilty Gear presentation about rigging for fingers that makes finger deformations much better. I used that in the Deadpool rig, and I don't know if I talked about it in the video. I think so. Actually, no, I didn't talk about how I changed the rig. But yeah, one reason why my Deadpool hands look better were because of different geometry, but also because of different rigging. Excuse me. Yeah, so yeah, if you haven't seen yesterday's stream, the base idea for this statue is this right here. But instead of having this, this, what do you call it? This fur scarf, I guess, or fur coat, you have a double-sided dragon around her neck. There you go. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so let me place the, actually that's already fine. I'm gonna do the thumb in a sec. So here's a tip. Let me actually see if I can find the slide to show you how they present the difference. It's a very subtle difference in how you place the bones, but it can make a big difference. It must be here. There it is. Oh, bone placement for better deformations. Here it is. Look at this. So, if you, they have a few. If you want to look this up, I guess you can post it in chat if you're curious yourself. There you go. And they have a few slides explaining how they work. And if we go to the head section, they explain kind of the whole body, which is nice. For example, like the hips is a cool rule where you basically go from the crotch to the upper hip, I guess, and then just place it kind of in the middle of this diagonal line. But then for the leg, for the arms, also interesting, something I always did differently and always place it in the back is for the spine. So usually, you know, I always started, or when I rigged, even just like a few weeks ago, I always just kind of placed the bones where they would be in real life. But it actually, in, you know, for like digital characters in 3D, it makes kind of more sense to place them differently to create more natural deformations. So for example, here it oftentimes makes more sense to place the spine bones in the middle of the body rather than in the back where they normally would be, because it just creates more natural deformations. And then if we go to the hands, same with the elbow, this one's also a good one, but for the hands, for example, here, I, of course, right now place them in the middle of the finger, but it actually creates more natural deformations if you place them slightly above the middle, kind of like in the upper third. Because, you know, if you look at this, the finger right here, like the outer, I guess, edge is quite sharp, and the inner edge, of course, just kind of, you know, squishes together, so it's not really that important. If the bone, for example, is a bit, as you can see here in the presentation, is a bit further down, the outer edge for the finger gets rounded more, because the radius, you know, for this bone is bigger, I guess. So if you place them closer to the top of the finger, you can create more natural, I guess, finger deformations. Yeah, and let me show you what that would look like for this character. So here, for example, right now they're kind of in the middle. Oops. What I usually do is just kind of go in here. It's kind of hard to see the fingers through all the other bones, so I'm just going to remove them for a second. There you go. And then it's easier to see only this bone. Then I just kind of placed them, I guess, like right here, and then this one right here. That should be good. Just, you know, closer to the top than the bottom. There you go. And then the same for the other bones. Rigging can be very boring, but at least you don't have to do it multiple times, usually. Of course, sometimes you have characters that you add more and more into. Like, for example, for Deadpool, I only really rigged his body first, and then I added the bones for his outfit or his weapons, for example, afterwards, which can be done in with Rigify too. So there's a function, for example, in here, which is here? No. Here. You can see generate rig, and if you open advanced, you can select a rig that you want to override. So if you don't want to generate a rig every time you want to hit this button, you can also select a rig that you want to replace, and then it deletes the old one and, you know, replaces it with the new one. which is good if you, for example, want to just update a rig. Since the rigify rig that it generates is a secondary rig that it creates, like a new rig, rather than just, you know, deleting the meta rig, which is, you know, a good thing, because then you kind of work non-destructively, where you can basically always update the meta rig and then, you know, regenerate the actual rigify rig if you still want to do some adjustments, rather than having to create a whole new meta rig for every change you do. And of course, for this, the bone placement doesn't have to be perfect, but the better it is, the better of a starting point we have. Yeah, for this, the dragons, of course, wouldn't have fur, since, you know, that's kind of the idea, that it's not a fur coat or a fur scarf. It's actually, you know, these hard scale dragons as like this, I guess, is it a juxtaposition? Whatever. You know, this contrast between what you expect it to be, but then what it actually is. There you go. Oh, I don't know why, but my middle mouse button just stops working sometimes. Not good, since I rotate around the model so much. Okay, but good thing is, once the fingers are done, the hardest part is already done, and I just noticed that I haven't enabled symmetry, but that's fine. You can very easily fix that in just a second by just enabling it and then moving the fingers by like 0.5 millimeter. Or you don't even have to move them at all, you just have to engage the grab mode, and then it should fix itself. There you go, so... Oh, I guess I'll finish the hand first. So with the thumb we can do the same technique again. In terms of creating a character, rigging and weight painting is probably the least favorite activity of mine. Everything else is fine, just those two things are just very, very annoying. Because they're just so tedious and boring. Just let me create the character. Why do I need to care about the bones? And they're arguably the, you know, if it's an animation, the most important bits. So you can't even just, you know, cheat them. You have to make them good. And, you know, the good part is, you know, I think yesterday we had a question about like what, you know, is it important to learn bones and like all the layers of anatomy to create good characters or something in that direction. Knowing where the bones are placed in a, you know, in an actual human body definitely helps you for rigging. Since, for example, like the palm bones, you can place them basically in the same position as the real bones, since they are, you know, they kind of create the same deformations if you place them in digitally that way too. Weight painting stresses me out. Yeah, it's such a finicky task that I just never like doing it. It's just so horrible. It is just unacceptably fiddly. I don't know, it's just, yeah, just the worst. At least rigging is somewhat rigid, but yeah. Weights? Oh, I probably need to move this down a bit. Okay. So since the hand is fully done, I can now enable symmetry. And look at this, look at the magic. Bam, select everything. G, snap, easy. Oh, right. So here, for example, the bones can probably, like the spine bones can probably almost stay in the place they are right now. I think I need to adjust them a little bit, but not too much. I kind of wonder if the neck is a bit too far back. Probably. Let me check real quick. Yeah, a little bit. I think I can move the head back a bit. Oops. Also, fun fact, if you use masks a lot in scope mode, you can press A to get some cool mask operators, like, for example, smoothing the mask. And then you can press Shift R to repeat the action. And then you can press A again to grow the mask, for example. Like over here, and then smooth it again. Make it as smooth as it can be. There you go, and then we can move it forward a bit. Using snapping tool set to volume will make bone position easier. Snapping tool set, is that a new thing that's coming, or is that something I just have never used before? Oh, snapping tool set to volume. Interesting. Wait, hold on. Let me check that out. So in here, in snapping, volume. Interesting. Wait, is that a thing? Hold on. Okay. Now. Oh, right. Isn't that just I don't know if this would work that well. Actually, I have never used this before. So I guess I'm just not familiar with it. Trying to just make it snap to... Oh. Okay. Yeah, this one's just snapping to the nearest face. What I'm looking for is volume. Yeah, of course, if you want to skip rigging altogether, you can also just mix them out, use Mixamo, but sometimes that also doesn't work perfectly, but it usually creates a pretty good rig. Weird. But yeah, maybe I'll play around with volume snapping at some point a bit more. You forgot to retopologize? Yeah, I actually don't need to retopologize this. Since it's just a blockout and I just want to pose the blockout. And then the body isn't really you don't really see most of the body, so we don't really need to retopologize, since it's going to be covered by clothing anyway. Okay, move it forward. Okay. That's probably better. Oops. Actually, let's just move the body forward instead of the head back, since the head is kind of perfectly in the center of the world. No, that I'm actually going to move the head because everything else is already rigged. Okay. That's better. Yeah. Now the hair is kind of offset, but that's fine. Read pause is relaxing. Depends on how much time you have. If time is not an issue, then I can see that. if you want to, you know, move on to other stuff, then it can be kind of stressful. You know what? The best thing would be to have somebody like your partner that really likes retopology, and then you could just be like, hey, I have another character that needs to be retopologized. And you just have to never do it. Just have like, yeah, you know, your partner do it. That would be the dream, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Also, recently or usually when you 3D print, of course, you also have supports for your characters, which means that you need to remove those supports, of course. And oftentimes, removing those supports can be pretty relaxing too, since you kind of have to be careful, but it's also just kind of removing more and more of the clutter around the actual model. And it can be kind of fun to, you know, chip away at it until it's done. Yeah, I think that, at least for me, is more relaxing than retopology. Have the cursor on the object body. Yeah, maybe I'll look into the volume snapping. Actually, let me, you know what? Hold on. I wanna figure out why it isn't snapping at all. So hold on, let me just grab this, okay? And just grab cube, simplest object in the world, and then monkey, okay? Monkey into cube is the goal. Volume. Oh, what is happening? I think I selected the wrong one. No. This? No. Weird. Shouldn't it snap into the middle? So, okay, let's check the other ones. Face. Also doesn't work. So I'm doing something wrong, I feel like. Oh, this one doesn't at all. Oh, right, because it's vertex edge. Is it like offsetting? It's offsetting it. I don't know why. Weird. They have changed the edge center. Aha. They've changed the snapping menu at some point in the past. Like very, quite recently. But I don't remember exactly when it was. What is this circle? I'm confused. Whatever. There's not even a face center. Weird. Snapping is the best for setting ankles and fingers. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll just need to look into this more, and then I'll figure it out. But at this point, now's not the time. I usually print in FDM, I think. I don't know all the... I usually... I looked them up recently, but I forgot all the abbreviations already. I just use filament spools and then print them. Rather than using the resin stuff, because that just seems very, very messy, and I don't want to deal with that. So I just grab some cool spools and put some... and print with those. It gives you some more of the stepping that you can see in like very shallow slopes, for example, but usually I don't mind, because usually they just sit on my cupboard, and then you don't really look at them too closely to notice it. And you can print with a very, very small layer height to reduce that stepping. And usually you also don't have a very, you don't usually see it that much. That is like a huge issue for me. Of course, if you want to create like perfectly smooth, figurines, you would probably want to use a resin printer. But it feels like kind of a too much of a hassle for me. Because it's also not just the fact that it is maybe too messy because it's like liquids, but also because it creates like all the fumes and stuff. Maybe this one, the FDM also creates some fumes, but I feel like if you, yeah, with liquids it's a bit more, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've just been inhaling fumes for the last 2 years that I shouldn't have, and I don't even know about it. Yeah, SLA is resonant and FDM is plastic filament. Stereolithographic, yeah. Edit mode on the rig, select a bone, then move it with the cursor so that it hovers above the position fit. Yeah, I've gotten pretty used to the snapping. That this one works well for me, but I'm gonna keep it in mind, and maybe, you know, if I remember it, I'll play around with it more, because it sounds useful. And maybe, you know, maybe it's not that useful here since it's like different, all the individual objects, so it might have trouble snapping, but, you know, problem for another day, I guess. So, all the bones are in place, perfect. Now, we can just rig them all. I think what I want to do is a trick that I learned, once again, I think from my Berserk video, to create better whites for multi-object rigs, I guess you could call them. Which is to create a very simple sort of parent mesh that captures the weights, and then you can apply that to all the objects and copy the weights over to those objects. First, what I want to do is save this as version 3. And then let me show you what I mean. So I think the simplest way would actually be... no. Oh, I think I want to... let's see. Actually, do I even need to do that? I think it's fine if I just parent it. I'm conflicted. Let me show you what I had in mind. I think that actually no, I think it's fine. So let me show you what I had in mind. First of all, we need more resolution. I think 3 is enough. Maybe 4. No, 3 is enough. There you go. Fuse deposition modeling. The video, part 2 of the Deadpool video will be out probably in 5 weeks or so, because I need to, you know, create the project first and then also create the video. But usually it takes like 10 to 15 days for the video, and then like minimum of 3 to 4 weeks for the project. But since I split it up into 2 parts now, I might be able to do it a bit quicker. So we'll see. But definitely not in the next week or so. It's gonna take a bit, okay? When it will show up, you will have already forgotten about it, and then you will be pleasantly surprised that it has finally arrived, okay? That's what you can expect. Okay. So, let me show you my idea. First of all, we need to select everything. Then, duplicate it. Join it all together. Horrible. Let me apply convert to mesh first. Then join it all together. Converting to mesh applies all modifiers on everything you've selected. There you go. So now we have this. Okay. And then we can remesh. Looks horrendous, but We decrease the voxel size. We get something okay looking back. So now the goal is basically to create a proxy mesh. Oh, okay, that just removed the hands for some reason. Meaning a mesh that we can... Basically the idea is to just create a mesh that is completely fused. Which this looks pretty good. The geometry is pretty dense enough. So now I'm just going to apply this. And go back to scope mode and just kind of even everything out a bit. Oh, maybe not that. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Not too much. I just want to make sure that, you know, there's no weird projection issues. Here too. How can I apply the same thing in both sides in scope mode with a line? Wait, what? How can I apply the same thing in both sides in scope mode with a line? Do you mean, do you want to enable scope mode, or are you looking for something else? Sorry, symmetry mode? Or are you trying to like sculpt the same line on each side, or what are you looking to do? Okay, so this is fine. This might be a bit weird, so let me adjust it a bit. Okay. Same for the legs, and then we're good. Okay, so the idea is if we bring this oops, over to the middle again, you can see it kind of overlaps pretty well. Now the idea first that I had was to make the proxy mesh bigger than the original mesh, but I don't think it's necessary. Let's hide all the other bits so we only see this, and then if we go in here and do Control P, armature deform, let me save real quick. Hopefully this is not a too extreme operation for my PC to crash. I mean for OBS to crash, we'll see. Let's pray, okay, let's pray. Let's go, Control P, automatic deform. Oh, it's already done? Maybe. Is it done? Oh, that was quick. Okay, good. Let's test it. Never mind, it is not done. Why is it just Let's try that again. Maybe I select the bones before the... I'm missing something. What am I missing? Are there any weights? That's the question. There are not. Oh, I pressed the wrong one. I'm stupid. With automatic weights. There you go. What's the goal of smoothing in sculpt mode? Just to make the so the idea is basically, oh, testing to see if OBS crashes. The idea is, hold on, let me let this go through so we can make sure that nothing weird happens. Basically the idea is that if you have the bones, so the way that I think automatic weighting works is if we look at the bones, okay? So this is a bone, right? The bone basically then with automatic weighting looks at the shape that it's surrounded with, and then it kind of projects outwards. And then there's another bone that projects outwards, and where it basically hits the surface, it looks at whether there's another hit by a different bone or not. And if there's no hit, it would just be 100% that bone that is applied to that vertex. If there's another bone, it kind of calculates, you know, what the ratio would be. And if you, in this scenario, for example, have a mesh where the final version would look something like this, but the blockout version looks kind of like this, for example, then this could affect the weighting slightly, because, you know, this kind of changes how the rays get pushed out and create a different weighting than what might look best. So by smoothing it a bit, I wanted to kind of get it closer to what the final result, if I were to retopologize this and create a refined body, what it would look like. That's why I smoothed the body, you know, just to kind of get it closer to the final stage, to that final look, and hopefully improve the weight painting that way. It is still not done. Oh, it finished. Hell yeah. Okay, maybe I had maybe a few too many vertices, but now, aha, look at that. Okay, so doesn't look horrendous, so nice. So now that we have this proxy mesh, we can move over to all the individual meshes. And basically, the idea is, let's actually focus on one first, like the chest, for example. There you go. We can go in here now to this chest object and use a data transfer modifier. This can basically transfer different information from one object to the other, like, for example, vertex groups. So we can go in here and say, vertex data, vertex groups. I like to use probably nearest face interpolated or projected. I think nearest is actually probably doesn't make a big difference. And then if we just select the proxy mesh, and it already applies all the vertex group information. So if you were now, I think now if we, no, that doesn't work. But now, for example, if we apply this, I don't even know what generate data layer does. I think you don't need to do that if you just apply it, but you can just do that and then apply it. And now if we go into the vertex groups, you can see it basically copied all the vertex groups over to this individual object too. The reason why that is better than just weight painting all the individual objects separately rather than using a proxy mesh is because sometimes the deformations will look different when you have a uniform mesh than if you have multiple individual meshes, you know, that you try to project the bone weights onto. And this just creates better looking deformations usually. So if I do this, and I have already applied this data transfer modifier to all these bones, to this chest object, I can then enable all the other objects again, unhide them. I can actually hide the proxy mesh now, select them all. Let me hide the bones real quick too, so it's easier to select everything. Maybe not even the, I'm gonna do the eyes differently. Okay, so everything is selected. Then I can main select the chest and just say drop down menu, copy to selected. So everything now has those, has the data transfer modifier. And I don't think I can just apply it now. So I just need to apply it for each individually. I don't think can I apply it for all of them? No, I can only duplicate the things to different objects. I can't apply them on each. So I would have to apply this. There you go, and just do that for each object, and that should give us a pretty good weight painting. This proxy mesh technique is really useful if your base mesh, or like your retopologized mesh, for example, has a lot of geometry. Oftentimes faces can have quite a lot of geometry, and if you create a very simple, if you then, for example, recreate the face again, create a proxy mesh for that high resolution face with very low resolution, you can very quickly create very nice and even weight painting on that high res mesh. by transferring the weights from that low res mesh over to, you know, to the high res mesh. It's really, really useful. Same with when you have like belts and buckles and straps and stuff on your character. You can use the proxy mesh to apply the same weights. Oh, wait, I didn't even copy it over here. Okay. You can use the same. You can use the same technique for those extra outfit stuff too, so that the deformations between the two are exactly the same. And there's no like clipping between belts and the actual body and stuff. Everything has the same weights, and nothing, you know, gets wonky or you know, gets misdeformed, I guess. Mirroring, yeah. Welcome, Markham. Hope you have a good day. Had to disappear pretty quickly last night. Hope you, well, it's pretty late for you now, right? It must be pretty late now for you. Australia? Let's check what Australia's time is right now. What time zone are you in? I think most Australians are in the same one, right? Because it's basically 80% unlivable hot hell, and then the right side of Australia is like the livable zone. Let's see. Here, my favorite time zone calculator. You can just select your time with this one, and then you can just look for each other time zone too. Which would be... New Zealand is the furthest one. Australia, Sydney. Let's just go with Sydney. So if it's... what time is it right now? 1:51. So 13:51. Oh, this one is. It is currently... Oh, it's not too bad. 21:45. Not too bad. 10... Yeah, almost 10 p.m. on a Tuesday. Yeah. Okay, it's not too bad. Yeah, almost 10 p.m. Welcome, O. I didn't even know that you can have a name on YouTube with only one letter. That's funny. Okay. I've seen probably the longest name I've ever seen recently, and then now you have the shortest name I've ever seen. But, oh, I didn't apply the, oh, but that's fine. Okay. Let me select all this. I think now I can just apply them as a normal armature. Did I apply? Yes. So if I just now apply an armature modifier to this, it should be fine. So, armature 4. Okay, now let's look at the deformation. Oh, never mind. Hold on. I'm missing something. Why? Oh, never mind. I needed to actually click generate data layers. I need to do the same thing again. So you definitely need to click generate data layers. Good to know. Now I know. It's the first letter of my name. I thought there would be like a minimum, like 3 letters, for example. I wonder if all the individual letters are, you know, taken. I would guess so. I feel like if you create a new platform and people log in, it would be, and you look at like, you know, you have like bars for each number of letters in a name. I feel like the one letter would like, you know, would fill up immediately, and then the other ones kind of ramp up slowly. And the more letters you have, the slower it goes. But maybe there's actually a sweet spot for names, for online names. Maybe 5 letters is the most popular. Okay, let's try this again. Right, generate data layers and then apply. checking. Yes, good. There you go. Should I maybe eat something? I should probably eat something. We can both start eating. I haven't eaten breakfast yet, and it's 1:55 p.m. But it's right next to me, so I should probably do that. Give me a sec. Once I'm done applying all the weights, I will get to that. Also, another tip that I learned recently for weight painting is to actually not use the painting brushes that much, but rather just apply automatic weights and then use the smudge brush to just move the weights around rather than using the paintbrush. Because it's, and also, I don't know why that isn't default, but if you go to weight painting, the most important settings are just not enabled by default. So here, for example, in options, auto normalize should always be on, and then multi-paint should always also be on. Actually, multi-paint might not be that important, but auto normalize definitely. And I don't think that is enabled by default. Basically makes it so that you can't apply more than 100% weight to any given bone. So that, for example, you don't run into the issue where a certain part of a model, for example, has 100% weight applied to bone X and then 100% applied to bone Y too, which of course doesn't make any sense. And that's what auto normalize kind of fixes automatically. Otherwise you would have to do that manually, which is, I don't even know if you could do that properly. Also, something interesting that I've learned recently is that you can locally apply, oh, hold on, I think I didn't apply the data layer. You can locally apply automatic weight painting again, or do automatic weight painting again. So for example, if you go to weight painting, like this arm for example, and then say, you can select vertex mode up here. You can then select these vertices, for example, and then say weights. Was it? Yeah, and then assign automatic from bones. I don't know why it's disabled right now, but you can do that here, which can also be useful sometimes. I actually forgot something. Oh no, I need to do it again. I'll never get to eating my breakfast. I forgot to apply the subdivision modifier before applying the weights. Welcome, Mahadi. Hope you have a good day. In my city that it is common to use the first letter of your name. Okay, interesting. What, so you're just running around like, hey, my name is X. Oh, cool name. My name is Y. Pleasure to meet you. How's it going, M? Like, it kind of sounds like a spy town where everybody's has hidden names, like fake names. Instead of numbers, you just have letters. Okay, I think I recovered. Let's try this again. Okay, so subdivision first. 4, yes. Apply, generate, apply. Good. Apply. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it. You know, I thought we could create multiple poses today. I think we can, but I'm getting less and less confident about that statement. But I haven't given up hope yet. It is still time, okay? Oh. Okay. Watch this fail immediately after after applying everything. Subdivision, yes, please. And then this, okay. In Australia, it's cold right now, right? Should be pretty cold, because it's the opposite weather of, you know, over here, anywhere else in the world. Okay. Okay, let's see. Moment of truth. Oh, I need to parent it first. Moment of truth. Let's see. Okay, okay. Let's see. Aha, look at that. Ooh, perfect. That actually looks pretty good. So let me show you what it would look like without this technique, without the proxy mesh. Let me just duplicate these things. And then hide the original. Let me move these out of the collection. Okay, so let me show you what it would look like without the proxy mesh. Okay, so of course, if you would just, you know, use no proxy meshes, you would just select the individual object and then select the bone and then Control P. I guess for this one you could actually, no, Control P, automatic weights. Same you do for this, and then you do the same for this. Now, let's see what the deformation looks like for this. Actually, yeah. Look at this. It's a bit different. It's not super different, but I think if you compare this now to the previous version with the proxy mesh, let me see if, let's just do this and see if what changes. Oh, I activated the proxy mesh again. Okay. Oops. Let me go over here. You can already see kind of how it deforms differently. And overall, I've just experienced that if you use proxy mesh, if you have multiple different objects, it just creates, you know, more coherent looking deformations between all the different objects. So yeah, now we have a rigged character. Nice. So now we can create the poses. Let me hide the hair real quick. Here one. Here two. Okay. Will it work by selecting all objects and click add data layer while holding Alt? Maybe. I haven't tested that yet, but maybe. But we're done now, so we don't need to care about that. Let's actually. I'm curious. Can you do that? Hold on. Can you apply multiple modifiers on multiple objects if you hold Alt? I heard something about that before. I just have never tested it. So Alt. Oops. Oh, if I hold Alt and then click apply, nothing happens. Okay. I guess that doesn't work. Control? No. Okay. Maybe it works somehow, but that didn't work. Okay. We're ready to pose. So let me set up the three things. First, what I want to do is I want to create multiple copies of this character. I also want to hide the camera with the lights real quick. Okay. So I think no, we don't need to create multiple copies of this. We can just create pose presets or pose. We can save the poses. So let me go here. Okay. So the first pose we had was it a standing pose? I think the standing pose is the easiest one to create, so let's start with that one. Before that though, I want to eat something. Welcome, Garaf. Hope you have a good day. Okay. Actually, something I want to check real quick is the other fingers, whether they deform well. I forgot about the rotation, so they might not be perfect, but yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's fine. I should just test the other ones too, and then yeah, it's fine. Not 100% perfect, but pretty good. Okay. First pose. Let me add a plane so I can level out the body. The plane is really good for posing, of course, since you can then see if the character is actually standing on the ground and evenly on both sides, of course, with both feet. Okay, so actually, let me just show you the reference so you can see something, you know, what I'm looking at too. So I think the first pose I want to try is, these ones are also interesting actually, but I don't think they will work as well. Let's start with, where is it? Wait, did I not save it? I think I'm missing it. How am I missing it? I think I just didn't save it. Let me try this now, exporting from PureRef. Save? No. Export. Ah, oh wow, there's export all images, selected images. Here. This one is the one that I mean. Naming, blah blah blah. Failed to export images. Nice. Why? I guess I'll just screenshot it and then save it that way. I cannot screenshot it because it is hovering over the rest of the screen. How can you make this so hard for me? Maybe I can reopen the image. Let me see. Thank you, Garvey. I appreciate it. Okay. Let me see if I can find it again. I guess it would be for, let's just look for elegant pose. Kind of a shot in the dark, but sometimes I guess you just have to hope that you find what you're looking for. And I indeed do not find what I'm looking for. This one I refound, so maybe. Hold on, maybe I went down this thread. Oh, I'm feeling the image already. I can feel it getting warmer. Maybe I'm just delusional. I feel like, come, hold on. Why can I not export this? Let's try it again. Export all images. No, selected images. Okay. Format original. Save location, yes. Export. Details, why does it fail? No encode delegate for this image format XC. What does that mean? Hold on, I know how to fix it. I know how to fix it. Here it is. Always on top, off. Now. Look at that. Look at that. That's what I wanted. I didn't save this image. I just pulled it straight into PureRef. Okay, perfect. Oops. Now I need to enable it again. Okay, so you can see it too. Let's put it in here. There you go. Okay, so that's the idea. Okay, let's go to frame 1 and save the pose in there. This one should be fairly simple. I don't know exactly if I like the leg position yet, but we'll see. So first of all, we need to create, so a very simple way to create a dynamic pose is to create a pose with an S shape in it. Let me see if I can find some examples. I feel like right now I'm doing everything except working on the project, but sometimes you just want to visualize something, okay? as poses. Never mind. Basically what I mean is, for this for example, to make the pose more dynamic, you can add sort of like a zigzag into it, like ooh, like this, okay, like an S. Another pose, for example, this one here kind of does the same, but a bit differently, of course, by creating the S more like here for the leg, for example. And this way you can very simply add more, you know, make it create a more interesting pose to add, you know, by just making it, you know, more dynamic than just like straight arms, straight legs. That's like the most boring. And then if you add some bend to the arms, you can make it a bit more interesting. And if you then also, for example, kind of bend the torso a bit or the core a bit, you can make it more interesting. So oftentimes what I like to start with is the core actually. So for example, what you could do here, I think what, you know, this basically is just moving the toes toward, like tilting the core backwards and then supporting that back tilted core with the legs. That's why you can see here like this sort of C shape. So we want to go like this maybe. Also something good is to never have the body just, you know, face forward, straight forward. That can make it a bit more boring, but rotate it slightly to the side, for example. And then also something interesting and, you know, more dynamic, we're stacking all the dynamic elements together, is by giving it a tilt, like sideways, like this. Okay, like this, for example. And then, of course, we need to rotate these back to the side like this to kind of even the weight out again, like this, okay? We need to do the same for here to move it forward. And then that might be a bit too extreme. There you go. Then the head too. Maybe even tilt it even more upwards like this. Creating more like highbrow facial expression. And then for the legs, to kind of support this kind of pose, core position, I guess. We need to move one leg back, at least. Actually, both. So it looks kind of like this, okay? Do you mind about the bodies? Do you mind about the body scaling? Do you just use the default rig size? Usually I just, oh, you mean when I create the pose now? Or when I create the rig? Usually, you know, when I add the rig, I just go in edit mode immediately, so I don't have to, so I don't adjust or change the scale. But when it comes to creating the actual pose, I just stick with the size that I already have. If I want to make it smaller at some point to, you know, fit it into some you know, like certain scale size, for example, or like measurement size, I can do that afterwards. Okay. So that's already a good beginning, but of course the legs look a bit weird. I think what I want to do is first of all rotate this one out. Maybe this one can be a bit further back. This one can be more forward. Of course, I need to raise the body so it stands on the ground. Okay. Of course, if you don't generate the rig with Rigify, you have a less dynamic rig, but you know, that's just how it is. Also, I probably want to... Do I want to give her high heels? No, that doesn't really fit into the style that I have in mind. But we can actually at least give her a more dynamic foot pose by bending the legs slightly. Okay, that looks a bit too relaxed, in my opinion. Let's see. I feel like that's a bit too... That looks different than the original. I think I went a bit too... I think that, actually the legs I think are the problem. I think the legs are a bit too relaxed right now. Let me adjust them again. I think they actually need to stay straight. Okay. And just bring them closer together. You know, making a more feminine pose, for example, could look like... usually I think a feminine pose kind of tries to highlight the... you know, the body shape. I guess that's kind of the same for male poses too. So you're trying to, for example, for females, try to kind of highlight that pear shape or that hourglass shape, and for men it would be more like making the shoulders look wide, the hips, you know, smaller. I actually just noticed that I need to change the position of the feet. It needs to be the other way around. This one needs to be back. This one needs to be forward. Okay. Huh. I'm not quite sure about this one. But let me continue and see if it improves. Oh, I didn't adjust the wrist bone, which is kind of unfortunate. horrible. Hold on. Oh no. I didn't adjust the bone. What if I do this? That works somewhat. Okay. Hit the pose in real life. I like to do that sometimes when I'm not 100% sure about the bone positions. I'm actually right now not sure about the position, the pose at all. Like the pose itself. I don't know if I like this one. Maybe I'm just not really putting it into practice. Maybe it just needs to be adjusted a bit more, but I feel like it just doesn't. I'm thinking about the dragons too, how they would be implemented. I don't know if they could fit here that well. I think I would rather prefer a sitting pose. It gets kind of close, but let's save it. Maybe compared to the other ones, maybe the other ones look even worse. And then at least we have this one still and can adjust it. I'll save it and then let me reset everything. Oops. Clear transform. Okay. So let's try the other pose. The other pose, the first one is the sitting pose. Let me remember what it looks like. This one. Okay. Let me see if I have a somewhat similar reference for this. I kind of don't, but yeah, I think I can imagine it. I think I can imagine it. Okay. Let me try this. First of all, we don't need the ground, we need stairs. Aha. Maybe add a curve as a placeholder for now, as drag. Maybe it can help you get the idea. Maybe I'll do that later. I think I want to do the other poses first because I feel more confident about those. Welcome, Meg Lustig. Hope you have a good day. Okay. So, I think I need to make the stairs bigger. They seem kind of small. Is that good enough? That looks fine. I always have trouble kind of imagining the scale of these things. Like the environment. Okay. Let's do this. First of all, let's place... Let me actually pull this up. Okay. Okay, first things first. Let's start with the core again. It needs to be sideways. Probably also forward slightly. And then bend backwards slightly for the upper half of the body, for the torso. Like this, create like a more of a bend. And then also, of course, we need to change the rotation here. Another interesting observation, or like, you know, tip that I saw in the rigging presentation that I've shown you is that the bones, basically, you basically only really need one bone for the torso, even though it takes up so much space of the upper body. You only really need one bone since the torso doesn't deform, you know, in different areas differently. So for example, here I only really need to adjust these two bones rather than this one too, since this one would just bend the upper body in a weird way too, like the torso. the rib cage. So I only really need to adjust these two. Okay. Like this maybe? Okay. And then this arm, of course, is, you know, touching the stairs, which means that this one can probably be slightly lowered. Another important thing always to change the clavicles too. Can make a pose way, way more dynamic. Even just these two bones right here. Oh, why did I not change the wrist bone? It is so annoying. I'm thinking whether I can fix that now. I probably can. I need to change the weights though, but that's not too bad. Hopefully. Do I have... Okay. Yeah, otherwise the poses will just look weird. Okay. There you go. Let's see what the weights look like. Yeah, so I need to adjust them slightly, but that shouldn't be too bad. Oh no, I broke her wrist. Okay, so here you can see what I learned as a tip to only use the smear brush. Oh, actually, let me just do this here. Also, something that I just recently learned is that you can search for vertex groups. If you open this very, very, very tiny little arrow right here, you can just look up what you're looking for. I don't know why it's so hidden, and even why it's hidden at all. And R, there you go. And then just do this. Perfect. Basically fixed. Oops. Okay. Not perfect, but good enough. Okay, maybe not good enough. Actually, it's fine. One thing to keep in mind, of course, for the wrist is that it's the wrist is not really just one bone that just rotates around the other bone. It's just like a collection of bones that create like a more rounding like this. So you can see my hand usually is like this. But then if you move it backwards, you can see it creates like this rounding. And I feel like for the wrist, it would actually be good to have two bones. But since we don't have that here, I guess I'll just adjust it afterwards. Yeah, I'll just adjust it afterwards. No, wait. I know how to fix it. Hold on. I can just change the position slightly. Wait, do I want to do that? I actually don't know if I do. I thought about putting it further like inwards or outwards, but it kind of does that same rotation in either direction. So I think what I rather want to do is place it even further down. Like that. Okay, let's see. Okay, that makes it even worse. Never mind. I'll just keep it that way. Is there a particular reason you don't use Rigify? Since this is only really to block out or like create quick poses, I don't need like a very, very complex model or rig. So I usually just stick to these, you know, the meta rig itself as a rig. If, you know, I just want to create a quick pose. If the character's not supposed to be animated, for example, it kind of just, you know, at least for me, seems like a waste of time to also try to make a really good mesh, you know, rig for something that is not going to be rigged in the end result. Okay, so move it here. I hate that there's a different what's it called? The transparency mode in pose mode and edit mode or object mode. I hate that. Why is that a thing? Okay, so I want to make this leg a bit higher. Put it higher, and then this one can be a bit offset to make it the pose a bit more interesting, like this, for example. And then do that. So first, of course, we need to place the body. I also probably want to rotate it even more, actually, like this. First, I need to place it on the ground, otherwise it's going to be hard to fully nail it. Okay, maybe the stairs are a bit too small, but we'll see. Wait a second, I need to do it the other way around for the clavicles. Because this one is holding up the weight, so this one would be pushed up by the ground, I guess. This one would be pushed down. Oops. This way, yes. Okay. Maybe I'll actually keep the stairs this short so her hands can kind of wrap around them. That might be interesting. But let's do the rest of the body first. I'm already more confident about this than the other one, than the other pose. Maybe not the best weight pitting around the shoulders, but it's still good enough, okay? Trust me. Which plugin do you use? It's just the meta rig, no, Rigify meta rig. So if you go Shift A, armature, and then human meta rig. Let me actually disable the extra objects because I don't really use them at all, except for this one instance. I've been sculpting seriously for 3 months. I'm improving, but it feels super slow. How long till you could make characters really good? I guess it depends on what you mean with really good. I can't really speak from experience since I have been drawing before I started sculpting, so I already had like a fun foundation that I was able to work off of. So I can't really tell you how long you could, how long it could take. I would say in a year you can get pretty good. Depending on if you have someone that you can, like, if you really want to get into it, you could look for a mentor or someone that can, teach you more about the, what good anatomy is, and then correct your sculpts, for example, or I don't know, go, he can just mentor you through the process. If you don't have that, I guess it's more about learning from other people, looking up tutorials, and then just practice, which will get you there. Yeah, So it's more about how much time you want to put in, I guess. And if you really want to get good, you can probably do it fairly quickly. Maybe in like half a year you can create something pretty good, but I would probably say a year is probably more reasonable. If you start fully from scratch, like you don't even know what Blender is, then it might take a bit longer, since you need to, you know, learn the basics first. But if not, then I think a year's good. What's the Craig? What's the Craig? I don't know what a Craig is. Changing position of the bones, like the shoulders, may help in the overall pose. Yeah, the pose area is kind of weirdly rigged right now, so I don't want to... But I think it still looks somewhat fine, so I'm gonna leave it there. But I want to adjust the legs a bit. I'm not sure if I want to make this one higher, or like, you know, stick out more, or the other one. I want to see what the other one looks like. Hold on, let me change the pose slightly. What if why can I not save this pose? Oh. There you go. I have another pose in mind that could work here. That is slightly different, but not that different. Like this. I feel like that one's better. Is it? Hold on. This one or this one? This one is more, I guess, compact, but that's not too much of a problem if I just add one more stair. Is that the singular for stairs? Stair? That sounds kind of weird. I feel like both could work, but I feel like this one looks a bit better. Yeah. How's the Deadpool animation going? I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna start creating it next week, or at the end of this week, if this, you know, this statue's done faster than I think. But if you tune in next week, you can definitely see it live on stream. Okay. I think this is a... You know what? Before I break my mind over which one of these is better, I'm just gonna create the third pose and then see which one I like the most. The third one was this one. Okay. Oops. Oh. Okay. Number 2, kind of cool. Second pose looks more confident. Yeah. I'll create the third one, then we can decide. I feel like the third one is the best one, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. Okay. Let's create the third one and then we can look at it. Oh. Actually, doesn't matter. I'm just gonna move it over. Ooh, that doesn't work. There you go. Okay. That's better. So let's go in here and just move them up. I think the stairs are a bit too small right now. Maybe slightly. Can you save poses like actions? If you want to keep 3 to 4 poses saved, how do you do it? So right now what I'm doing is just a keyframing, like saving each pose as keyframes. So here you can see the different poses, and if I switch between them, this is one, Why is this one so high? Oh, whatever. This one, and then this one is... Wait, what? Oh, no. I wanted to save the other ones. The standing one is, I guess, it's just gone. But this one is saved, and then this one should have been saved, but the... Oh, I know how to save them, but yeah, so you can basically save them as keyframes. Like this, or what you can also do is use, I think in the, not dope sheet, in the non-linear animation, you could save these as different actions too. But since I only want to use one of these in the end, I'm just going to save them as temporary keyframes, and then I can select the one that I like the most. Okay. I need to change the scale of this. Where are the stairs? There they are. Let's take this one as reference. Maybe this is better. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. So, third pose. The reason why the other pose I think messed up is because for some reason they changed the way the automatic keyframing works, wherein if you just press G and then leave it again, it doesn't save the pose, or it doesn't keyframe all the objects for some reason. They changed something about it and messed everything up. So yeah, it's very annoying, but I think I can bring back the pose, at least recover this pose if I select everything except this leg. Oh no, I can't. Wait, I can maybe I can. Actually, you know what, if I can just, the other one is still saved, so I can just recreate it if I need to. Okay. So, one more pose. This one is this way, the other way around, like this. Okay, so first of all, facing away. Then, I think... Oh, wait a second. Maybe I want to do it the other way around. No, probably not. Okay, so first of all, looking away from the camera. Okay. Another way you can make the pose more dynamic, instead of just rotating it this way, for example, like sideways or backwards, you can also rotate it on the Z-axis like this. I think I haven't done that at all for the other two, which is something I could do if I stick with those and make them better. But first, this leg needs to be raised. Also, if you have trouble kind of coming up with good poses, another good reference are splash art sketches. So if you, for example, on Pinterest, just look up splash art sketches. You'll find all of these sketches right here. These are basically meant for, if you've ever played League of Legends, you probably know what splash arts are. Basically like pieces showcasing a certain character. So here, for example, this one, it's basically just the sketches of the artist that, you know, that kind of try to find the best pose for the splash art. And oftentimes, you know, they just select one of them, but they can give you some cool inspirations for some interesting poses, since they usually try to make these very, very dynamic and very, very, you know, cool looking. So oftentimes, if you're just trying to find a lot of references that, or a lot of references for cool poses, you can just look up splash art sketches and find some pretty cool poses like this one, for example. And oftentimes there are multiple ones, so you'll get multiple poses at once. And then you can see, maybe you need to find someone, like you have a character with a spear, and then you can see, hey, this guy, for example, has a spear. So you'll usually find kind of poses for whatever you're looking for. This is what I usually use to find cool poses. Since it's just, yeah, it's just much easier to find cool ones that way. Okay. Let me move the leg backwards. Oh. Okay. If you want to transfer poses to a different character, I guess. I've never really done that before, so I don't really have experience with that. But maybe actions can be better for that. I think, yeah, you can transfer actions, for example. I don't know if you can transfer keyframes that easily. Okay, so here we have the lower body, kind of like this, okay. Not perfect, but we'll get there. I'm thinking maybe actually doing it this way. This might make more sense. I think this makes more sense than the other way around. But then, actually no, I want to have it this way, because then I can make this hand interact with the railing. Okay, but the most important part right now is to rotate this bit. Like this slightly. Also, of course, if you have like a stepping motion, usually the hips are being rotated like this too. Slightly. Okay. And then we rotate it back. And then we have this nice little... let's raise this shoulder a bit, lower this one, and then we can make her look at us over the shoulder. You can see the weight painting on the face is not perfect. But I guess we can fix that in a second if we need to. You're gonna stream every day? Yes, every weekday, okay. Not over weekends, but on weekdays I plan on doing so, yes. Okay, I need to adjust the weight painting because that cannot fly. Hold on. Okay. Once again, smear brush, nothing else. There's a lot of geometry on this head, so it's going to be a bit harder, but... Actually, I think for this I can actually just use the add brush. Yes. Okay, and then smooth it a bit. Here we have the problem of having a lot of geometry makes smoothing a bit harder. Oh, I also should remove mirroring, I think. Because I think mirroring doesn't work that well on weight painting or yeah, any posed characters. Let me reduce the smear strength and I can kind of give it a gradient, I guess. Hopefully that works. Oh no. Okay. But I think it's fine. It's still a blockout, right? It doesn't have to look perfect. Okay. Maybe the rotation is actually too much, but I guess we can adjust that now. Okay, and then the other arm, I think can actually stay fairly in the same position, but just make it a bit, give it a slight tilt, you know, slight bend so that the dragon can kind of coil around it. Kind of like this, I think. Okay. Oh, and this arm, of course, needs to be bent backwards and then moving to the railing. I think I probably also need to move the bodies closer to the railing, because otherwise that's not going to work. Like this, right there. Okay, good. Oops, just broke her arm. Okay, something like this. Okay. Okay, let me... Is everything saved here? Can I just switch this to the other poses, or are they going to be destroyed again? Hold on, let me save each bone as a... See, this one isn't even saved. So let me do that for each bone real quick. Oh, right, this one I guess doesn't matter, but I'll do it anyway. The fingers should be fine. I can also... Wait, can I not just all... Okay. I think the problem... Oh, I remember what the issue was, why I didn't save the pose. Because now the automatic keying only applies a keyframe to the transformation that you do to that object, that you apply to that object. So if you press G, for example, to move the object, it only applies a keyframe to the location. Before, I think, it applied it to each transformation, so location, rotation, and scale. I think they changed that a bit. And since most of the poses are only relying on rotation, the pose just didn't get saved because I moved it instead of rotating it. There you go. So now I think this one is saved, but somewhere down there. This one is something. I don't know what it is. It's definitely not the pose that I had saved there before. So I guess I can delete this one. Oops, I almost deleted the bones. Also, what I want to do is I want to change the interpolation mode to constant. There you go. That's what I wanted. Oh, there you go. It actually saved the... it saved both poses somehow. They're restored again. Nice. I don't know what this is, but we don't need it. Okay, there you go. Pose 1, pose 2, pose 3. I'm not 100% happy with this one yet, so I want to do a little bit more adjusting. First, let me snack some more of my breakfast. Hold on. I think we're getting there. Actually, I think I want to actually leave the hand just hanging slightly. Or like, you know, just let it be neutral. That might be better. Kind of like this. Okay. So let's go through them again just to kind of see the overall impression. I think I like this one still the most. The one with the one extended leg compared to this one or this one. It feels a bit more appropriate, I guess, for the occasion. But I'm kind of already thinking about, like, I have this the pants are gonna be fairly baggy, and kind of sculpting those sounds like a nightmare. So I'm still considering which one I would like to go through with. Ice cream truck just arrived. I remember back in the day we had a it wasn't an ice cream truck, it was a, what do you call it? Like a dairy truck, I guess, with eggs and milk and stuff. And they would ring their bell or whatever they had every morning. I think on Sundays they came around to sell, you know, their stuff. And I don't really hear that anymore. We're not that far away from, you know, we moved at some point, so we live in a different area now, but we're not that far away from that area. But I've only ever heard it there, which is interesting. Maybe also, you know, just the person that did it back in the day, maybe they just stopped. That could also be the case. Even pizza they're selling? I've never seen that before. I've seen ice cream before, but not pizza. Okay. I want to try one more pose. I want to try one more pose. Another standing pose. Oh. Make a little long. Maybe. I'll look into the body itself after I'm done with the pose. Where's the... Aha. Okay, yeah, let me try one more pose. Okay, one more. I want to also try this one right here. Kind of in this direction. Kind of a mix between these two as another standing pose. I haven't really tried the cross-legged like really yet. Only tried this one. Let me show you which one it is so you can see it too. There you go. Okay. Yeah, then I think, yeah, when I first see which pose seems the most fitting, and then I want to look back into the anatomy, I guess, to make it really coherent. But yeah, let me try getting the pose right first. Okay, so for this one, it's the cross-legged pose. And to cross your legs, you need to, first of all, lower or rotate your hips, I mean, to, of course, lower one leg so far that it can cross over the other one. So, let's do that first. Also, I want to rotate it backwards slightly. Kind of like this, maybe. And usually for a pose, the higher limb is the one that is carrying the weight. So for this one, since the front one is, you know, forward, that would be the one that is carrying the weight. Can't wait for Deadpool Part 2. Same. I actually have quite a few ideas to make it look better. And I also have then something cool so that other people can create, you know, better looking anime stuff themselves in Blender. But yeah, we'll get into that next week. Okay. So this leg looks kind of good, but then the other one... Appreciate the hard work, thank you. Appreciate the kind words. Okay, I think that maybe also I want to probably rotate them slightly. What if I do this? That's weird. Is it weird? It kind of looks okay, but it also looks kind of weird. I'm not sure about it. I think I did it wrong, the other way around. Need to rotate this one forward. Like this. Oh, right. Like this. I think that, oh yeah, that looks much better. Okay. See, once again, kind of highlighting the sort of the hourglass shape through making the legs even, you know, slimming the leg silhouette even more by bringing them closer together, like this. And then let me go to the upper body. Let's see what we can do there. We can, for example, rotate the body slightly. The upper body slightly maybe forward. Let's see. I think what I want to actually do is rotate it forward here. Kind of like this. And then the head maybe slightly like this, kind of looking like diagonally upwards. And then for the hands to kind of support, maybe, let's see. I kind of like this kind of pose for the upper hand, where it's kind of holding one side close to the face. Like this. But maybe since the, you know, it's not just like she's holding the the snout of the wolf, but I don't want to have that here for her. I think I want to have it actually just hold the head itself, kind of like this maybe. That could work better, maybe. We'll see. And then the fingers would be bent a bit, I mean stretched a bit more like this. Or maybe it could actually look better if it's rotated outwards. Like this, and then the other hand could be also rotated outwards. Maybe like this. I feel like the weight is a bit tilted right now. Yeah, like kind of like this. It looks kind of, I don't know about the hands yet. I'm not sure. What if we combine this one with the previous pose? Hold on. With the first pose. By raising the other arm. And kind of her looking at it. Looking at the dragon. There you go. kind of like this. This kind of reminds me of the one World of Warcraft cover. Let's see if I can find it. World of Warcraft is like a worm cover, I guess. This one kind of reminds me of this one. Kind of in this direction, I guess. But of course, it's, you know, wrapping around her neck. Tip on learning Blender without losing motivation. You know, if you... well, I guess... one aspect is just to... you know, trust the process. So the more, you know, the longer you do something, usually you learn new things. What can also keep your motivation going is to just always be aware of like the things that you have learned from the previous project. So for example, if you finish a project, to see if you can see something that you want to do better next time, or looking at, you know, just analyzing the piece and seeing if there's anything you could improve next time, and kind of being aware of like that. By identifying things that you want to do better next time, you've already improved, since you can now create something, you know, better next time. And kind of, you know, just being aware of like the progress that you make. And also I think just being maybe realistic with the projects that you make in the beginning. So for example, in the beginning, it's usually better to just create quick projects that don't take as much time, but just create more projects, because then you can focus. You can, I guess, you can just create more, which usually helps you learn faster. And yeah, this way you can make sure that you go through that revision process more and identify more things that you want to or can improve next time. Also, what can help is to redo a project that you've made maybe a few months ago, maybe even just 1 month ago. Just redoing the same project and then seeing how it has improved, for example. Just to kind of see how far you've gone. I think, you know, stuff like that can help keep your motivation. Okay, yeah. Let's see if we can... if we need to adjust this a bit more, if this already is pretty good. I think I wanna... Oh, that's good. Oops. Okay. I wanna see if I can make the pose a bit more extreme, because right now it seems a bit tame, I guess. Let's see if I can extreme it up. So what if this leg isn't actually fully straight, but rather, is kind of in a walking motion? No, this one shouldn't be. Maybe kind of like this. Yeah, that's better. Maybe this one can actually be slightly further back. Okay. And then, of course, once again, I forgot about this, the clavicle bone. I guess you don't need to say bone if you say clavicle, right? I think so. Maybe not. I'm not an expert in bone. I'm not a bone doctor. I heard a lot of people say that it's good to learn the actual like medical terms for all the bones and muscles if you want to learn about anatomy, but I've never learned those. I don't know if they really help that much. Maybe you can associate their position in the body with the name, but I usually just remember the structure rather than, you know, the name, and you know, so far it has worked pretty well. Also, you usually don't need to learn like the exact, like every bone and every muscle in the body. Usually like the biggest and broadest things are usually enough. So yeah, so you don't need to stress about, at least I think, you don't need to stress about, you know, learning all the names, for example. That just seems a bit too extreme for me. I don't know how you move her fingers. Is it only on individual origin something else is turned on? No, so usually for fingers, since they, you know, curl together, I like to just, or even just for normal posing in general, you can adjust multiple bones at the same time by just selecting all of them and then selecting individual origins for the transformation pivot point, which then, you know, creates this nice curling effect. And usually that's what I use for the fingers, because they usually rotate, you know, together. Sometimes you can separate the first bone, I guess, in the row, in the chain, and only use these two together, for example. This is also viable, I guess, you know, pose, but yeah, it's basically just the individual origins being enabled. This way you can also more easily adjust, for example, like the upper body here. And yeah, in my opinion, it makes it easier to pose characters. Okay, there you go. I kind of want to adjust the head a bit. Maybe the upper part is as a whole. Give it a more like tilted head. Something I learned, or not learned, but I heard before, was that, you know, when dogs look at something and then they tilt their head, I think that is because they want to change the, since they can hear so well, they change the position of their head to, it's kind of similar to how we see 3D through the, you know, we see like depth through moving our heads around and seeing like the parallax effect, I guess. And this way we can see what's closer and what's further away. I think dogs do that more through their ears. And if they, you know, rotate their head a bit, they can hear depth, I guess. And that's why they do it. I might be wrong in that, but that's what I've heard before. Which sounded pretty, you know, sounded like it makes sense. I never asked the dog, so I wouldn't know, but let me actually Google if that's true. Probably depends on how your brain works. Some of you learn better, some of us learn better through words, others through imagery. Yeah, maybe. the way I remember stuff is just by looking at the image and then imagining that image in my brain again. That's how I learn stuff. So when I think about like numbers, I usually just think of the image of the number, and that's how I remember it. Or when I remember like a word, for example. Oh. Why do dogs tilt their head? Oh, what? Oh, loading. I don't know why it takes so long. Hello? My internet dying, or is the website just very slow? Okay. New study suggests the behavior could be a sign of concentration / recall. Yeah, maybe it's to focus on something rather than depth something, rather than, you know, just it's kind of like how you go closer to something to concentrate or hear it better. Maybe that they do it, you know, to kind of I guess, I don't know, to focus a bit better on it. Yeah, the attentive and endearing doggy head tilt might indicate your pup is trying to process what you're saying. Sounds like it makes sense. So now the pose is a bit more extreme, which also makes it a bit less elegant, I think. But I think it's still fine. Don't talk while eating. I'll try. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. So we have this pose now. We have this one, and this one. I think I need to add the dragons to really see what it would look like. But right now, I think my favorite is still this one. But I'm dreading sculpting the pants. Maybe I'll resort to changing the pants. We'll see. Yeah, I feel like I want to stick with this one or this one. Let's see if we can make this one a bit more extreme, I guess. I often remember numbers by visualizing a standard keypad and mentally process the motion you go through typing the number. I oftentimes, when I want to add like, you know, like simple numbers like 3 or 5 or so, I usually imagine them in my head as die sides, or like how they displayed like as dots. And then, for example, like if you have like a 6, you have like 6 dots, of course, in a row, and then you would subtract that by 3 or whatever, and then you remove 3 of those. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but that's how I do it sometimes. The head tilt is a bit like how we look up in one direction when we're trying to remember something. Yeah. Or when you're like looking upwards to kind of, yeah, think about something. Where are the stairs? I need the stairs real quick. Ah, there you go. What if I actually keep this leg on the last stair by doing this? No, that looks weird. I want to keep it long. I guess I could just move it upwards, right? Move everything upwards by 1. There you go. But then, so something like this, maybe. I don't know if stairs are actually the best decision for this pose. Maybe there's something else you can sit on that might work better. It's a hard decision. This will define everything. This will define the future of this piece, so I don't want to go too fast and then regret my decision. I think that's what I also highlighted in the Elden Ring video, that like the first steps are always like the most important ones, the broad steps, because those are hard to change in later on, since then you're working on details, and once you work on details, the broad shapes, or you know, the model has way more geometry and way more maybe even wrapped around it, like clothing and stuff, that it gets harder and harder to actually just adjust the broad shapes. So you usually want to, you know, fine-tune and really perfect the broad shapes right at the beginning, so you never have to run into that issue of trying to somehow fix something big in the beginning later on down the line. Jesus, what happened to this finger? Oh right, the rotation isn't correct. Okay. Maybe I can change the head a bit. And now let me see how I can change, add the dragon thing. Sitting on another dragon? Maybe. Maybe... I mean, stairs is the easiest one. It could also just be like a seat or whatever. But, you know, I kind of like the idea of using stairs as the base. That's why I kind of stuck with it. What if the stairs are actually rotated? Hold on. Or, you know, she's rotated. Like this. Aha, hold on. God, these fingers are broken. But, okay, maybe this looks better if she's rotated forward like this. It kind of, I think it works better. It kind of gives her a slight different rotation to the stair axis, I guess, which I think helps. Can we drag a joint and the others will follow? It depends on how you set up your model. If you set it up, there's either FK or IK rigging, which basically means that it's either forward kinematics, FK, which means that this bone controls the following bones in a chain, or you can also do it the other way around, where this bone, for example, by moving it, controls the position of the previous bones, and that would be IK rigging, or like IK kinematics, I think it's called. So you can do both, but the IK takes a bit more setting up, I guess. It's not too bad, but you know, just a little bit more setup. You know, for example, here, if I wanted to set that up for this arm, I could say bone constraint, set it to, I think it's on this bone, but if I say inverse kinematics, for example, and then say target this bone, whatever, I forgot how to set up properly, but you can find quite a lot, you know, quite a few inverse kinematics tutorials for Blender on YouTube. So if you want to see how that works, like the inverse kinematics, which is usually easier to use for simple poses, for example, both have their, you know, place, forward kinematics and inverse kinematics, but inverse kinematics generally, I think, is more intuitive in the beginning, or easier to use, I would say, too. The music ran out. I need a new playlist. Hold on. Dreamy, maybe this? Yes. Okay. So I think this looks pretty good. I want to adjust a few things now. So I want to just, you know, make the pose slightly more extreme. So for example, like bending the spine a bit more, or like the back, I guess, to create more of this S shape right here. And then I think the head is already pretty good, but maybe it's now a bit too high. Maybe something like this. Maybe I actually want to move the head. Oh, that looks better, I think. This compared to this. I think that's better. It also kind of, what I'm kind of looking for is if you kind of take this pose or like this whole model and would kind of just create a bounding box for this, which will look kind of, you know, kind of like, I guess it would kind of look like this, you know, reach to the top and then reach to the sides. And this would be kind of the volume that it occupies. I'm trying to think how I can fill most areas, I guess. How I can kind of, you know, fill the areas kind of evenly. And I think raising it a bit, raising the arm a bit, I think helps bring a bit more of that weight upwards. It also just kind of makes the pose a bit more, not extreme necessarily, but just kind of more dynamic, I guess you could call it. And I think that will be what I'm going to use. So let me add the the dragon. I guess it's pretty, the body should be fairly simple. Just use a good old path. There are two people in the world. People that use path curves and people that use Bezier curves. I don't know how anybody uses Bezier curves. They just seem way too complicated for what they're supposed to do, but I guess I'm weird, maybe. Okay, how much thickness do we need here? How thick is the dragon supposed to be? Oops. Like this, maybe? That looks okay. If you think about like a sort of scarf, it would probably be like this big. That looks good. And then wrap that around the body. First of all over the shoulder, then maybe coiling around the arm up to the hand on the left side at least. Oh, I forgot about the vocals. Hold on. There you go. Okay, yeah, so kind of around like this. I think that could look cool. I'm thinking how I want to... Oh, the other way is probably better. So that it lands on her arm. Maybe it can go forward. Like this, and then go down again. Okay, and then around, up, and around the upper arm. Boom. Maybe. What I haven't looked up yet, which would probably be good reference, is somebody holding a snake, like a big one. Haven't really looked at that yet. I only have this G.I. Joe, what is his name? Like Snaker or whatever his name was. This guy right here. But not really any great snake holding references. But I think something like this could work. Like that, around the arm right there, and then the other side could be, of course, a bit different since it's not, since the arm isn't upwards. So this would probably, or still, you know, go around her arm, but this one could probably actually go forward, like this. And then kind of rest as if it's like maybe sleeping on her hand. Maybe something like that. Like this. That could be interesting. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Like this. Something that might get lost a little bit is the effect of it looking like a fur scarf or whatever you want to call this. This looks more like a snake, but maybe that's just because, you know, it's not a fur scarf. Let me look at some snake holding references. Snake, I don't know, portrait. Yeah, so it could end up just looking like she's holding a dragon. And maybe it might actually be better to just create a pose like the ones that we saw when we looked up fur scarf. Oops. Something like the ones that I saved, like this one, for example. So just, you know, create kind of this sort of pose, but then replace it with a dragon. Maybe that's a better idea. From dusk till dawn. Let's see. From dusk till dawn. Oh, okay. Oh, right here with the snake. Hold on. Snake. Yeah. I'm trying to think whether I want to avoid the look of it being a snake or not. So basically, what I'm trying to create is like the illusion of, oh, she's having like, she has like this this fur scarf, but then it's a snake. It's a dragon actually. Whether it's better to, yeah, if you have that concept, if you can avoid it looking like kind of like this, or if it just will always look like that. I don't know. Maybe. I feel like it can work so that it doesn't look like this, but I think this pose would lend itself to look like it's just you know, just a snake. So maybe keeping it more traditional, I guess you could call it, might actually be better. You know, kind of going with a pose that looks more like this. So yeah, let me see what it looks like if we add this to the other poses that we had. Let's call this dragon 1. No, let's call this dragon pose 2. And then the this one would be dragon pose 1. Okay. Let's see what it would look like on this one. Oh. Oops. It might look that way because she's actually interacting with them, and rather than just kind of using them as objects, I guess. Since, you know, the poses are kind of focused on them, it might kind of just look like that because the dragons then act more like, you know, creatures rather than just a, I guess, like a accessory. Welcome back, Line. Hope you your departure has been good. Okay. Yeah, now I want to see if this looks better, or if this works or not, or if we actually need to go with a more traditional pose. So this one can go around like this, maybe. We'll see. Hang down and then go around over the hand and sit on it like this. Oops. Okay, see? So like this could work, maybe. And then the other one. Do you know what I always wondered? How snakes' muscles actually look like. What do they look like? Like, to create the slithering motion, I guess they would have similar muscles to like the stomach area for us, with like obliques and abs and stuff, maybe, to create kind of the same motion. Because, you know, that's if you use those muscles to kind of create kind of like a slithering motion. So maybe that's how they do it. I don't know. I've never looked at the muscle anatomy of snakes yet, but it's kind of interesting. Same with insects, since they have their skeleton on the outside rather than the inside. I wonder how the muscles connect, like the shell together. Because it still would have to connect to it, to attach to it, to kind of hold everything together. Kind of just, you know, same with how it works for us, how we, how the muscles attach to two different bones so that it can move those two either closer or further away from each other. Oops. Yes, so something like this could work, maybe. It could also be... yeah, it could look too snaky. I feel like this looks more like a snake. I need one more pose, okay? I'm not happy yet. I need one more pose that looks more traditionally like how you would carry a I guess like a fur scarf. And then we know if even with a normal pose it looks weird or not. So one more pose, one more pose. What kind of pose do I want to create? Let's see. Yeah, maybe it's better if it... I think that's why maybe Medusa's hair works. Since the hair isn't really treated as... Like, she doesn't really interact... She kind of interacts with them sometimes. But oftentimes in like animations you can see like the snakes just doing their thing. As if they're just like, you know, like a separate creature that just turns out to be her hair. And she kind of just treats it like normal hair. Maybe that's kind of why the illusion kind of works there. I don't remember what I'm picturing right now, what kind of series or show I'm picturing. I think it's the, I think I'm picturing, was it, no, Hades in Hercules in the Disney movie has fire as hair, right? But wasn't there Medusa too? Hold on. Or do I think of somebody else? No, that's... Yeah, there was someone, but that's not the one that I mean. Medusa animated movie. Maybe it was... Wasn't there a monster in Monsters Inc. that had like these... Oh yeah, there it is. I found it. I found it. These dudes, those... I remember those dudes. These ones. Yeah, they just kind of acted on their own. And I think she even like brushed through them sometimes. Or like this. And I think it's maybe it's important to treat them like you know, like objects rather than actual dragons. Maybe that's better. Okay. Let's try that. One more pose, okay? One more. So what pose though? Hold on. So maybe we'll just go back to the original pose of the original reference. Maybe we just go back to this. I don't actually know what the legs would look like here. But, hold on. I think we need to look at some more poses real quick. Too many poses today. I guess we already have some here. Oh, let me do this. So maybe something like this could work better. Maybe not putting the hands in the pockets though. But something similar to this, maybe. Or maybe something like, maybe this is kind of what it looks like, what the original looks like. But I wonder if she could stand like this without the support of the, you know, the pole here. I wonder. Probably. But look, let's look a bit deeper. So I think a hand pose that could work pretty well is something kind of like this, where the arms are more like, you know, pointing outwards, I guess, to give the, you know, the the dragon some room to coil around her arms. Let me keep this and then go back to this one here. I want to see a few more poses, okay? We need a few more. So if you ever think, how can I create more interesting photos of myself, interact with an object. Whether it's stairs, whether it's a pole, whether it's a wall. Interacting with something can quickly make something like a pose, whether it's for a photo or for a character in 3D, I guess, look more interesting. This one, maybe even just like a simple side tilt could work. Maybe I'll even use these pans because they look not too complicated to sculpt. I thought about, like, you know, bag your pans first, which would create a lot of fine wrinkles, which might be a bit harder to sculpt. Maybe this works a bit better. Maybe even it's like a simple one like this. Okay, hold on. So I have this one. This one. No, where's the other one that I had? This one, and then where's the first one that I found? Oh, here it is. I wonder how the legs are underneath that, how they're posed. Oh, probably like that. Hold on. Yeah, so okay. Oops. So I think out of all of these, my favorite is probably still let's try this one. Let's try this one. Okay, let's try this one. Maybe this one's the one that we need, okay? It might be the chosen one. Let me put it in Blender so you can see it too. Okay, let's try this one, and then I think that's all the poses that we need. we've dried up the pose well. There's not much more I want to do, and I think we can play around with. Okay, so one more pose. Okay. So, first of all, a nice rotation of the hips, like this. Also to the side, so we can readjust the body, so it is more properly weighted, like this. Also, rotate it slightly forward, which then allows us to rotate the top half in the other direction to create a nice S shape like this. Okay. Then arms slightly down, one up, one down. Waiting for Deadpool Part 2 like the first part. Thank you. It's gonna happen at some point, starting next week. If you wanna see the process, you can, join. Okay. Next, the leg. Yeah, kind of like this. But this one needs to be further over there. Kind of like this pose. It's growing on me. Hold on. Okay. I don't know what I want to do with the front leg fully yet. As a 3D artist, I can tell it's exhausting to work too much. Yeah. It can be pretty, especially when the work is very tedious, then that's the worst kind of work. So usually when I do retopology, when I'm done with retopology or rigging, for example, I usually have to take a break because otherwise my mind just melts. I can't do tedious work for a long time because that just, yeah, just breaks my brain. Wait, what about... No, that looks weird. Oi oi, welcome SN. We have one with 2 letters now too. First we had a person with 1 letter, with a 1-letter name. We have one with 2 now. I guess this one has 3 because it has a space in between. All I do all day is work in 3D. I mean, not that 3D of course, digital 3D. I actually don't know what her leg is doing. Like the front one, it just looks weird. But I kind of like this, maybe. Let me adjust the arms first and then we can go back to the legs a bit, because I'm not 100% there yet, I think. But here, for example, now the arms can give the dragon some nice space. Like this. Oops. Welcome P-Weight Art. Is that how you pronounce it? And XP. Hope you have a good day. Like this, maybe. Actually, this can probably be more like this. Oops, yeah. Jesus, I'm pressing all the wrong buttons right now. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good position for the arms. Maybe it's slightly further out just because our dragons are quite thick. Her knee is leaned in and ankle is out facing toe inwards. Yeah, I tried that before, but it looked weird. Hold on, let me try it again. So I think what you're saying is kind of like, oh, maybe like this. I haven't tried this one yet. What I thought first was this. Well, that's kind of weird. I guess it could work, but I feel like this one's better. Like this? Although, maybe not. Let's see, hold on. I feel like this one's better actually. Like this? I think that's what you mean, right? Hold on. Leaned in and an ankle is out facing toe inwards. Yeah, like this, right? Yeah. I kind of like this one. I feel like I want to stick with this one. I feel like out of all the poses... Okay, pose review... Hold on. Yeah, pose review, okay? So, actually, let me add the dragon first, and then we can do pose review. Okay, let me make sure that everything is rigged. I think it should be. Or keyframed, everything that needs to be. Okay, so. Oh, the arm. Oh, I think I want to change the head slightly. Oops. Maybe to the side? In the other direction again, maybe? Or in the other one, like in this one? No, I like it in the other direction more. So like that, maybe? Or downwards. I feel like that's better this way. Okay. So, add dragon and then pose review, okay? Let me grab this dude. And then see how we can move it around her. I don't know why. Oh, never mind. Okay, so it's gonna wrap around her neck like this, and it needs to look like an object and not a dragon. So I think what I want to do is actually, instead of, maybe her neck makes it look more like this, because it is around her neck, and that is kind of the pose that you would usually do with a snake. So maybe it's better to do it more like this one, where it's kind of hanging down. So that might make it look a bit more, you know, scarfy, I guess. So like this. Hanging down and then going up again for her other arm. Oops. This must be a crazy way to carry, but we're not here for realism, we're here for cool looks, okay? Realism is something for losers. I really want to, for the Deadpool animation, I really want to push like the extreme in terms of like things that can happen. Because I feel like that is like the perfect opportunity with like anime always goes like over the top with their ideas, I guess, for stuff. And I kind of really want to do that for the Deadpool animation too, because I think it lends itself really well. I think I kind of stayed a bit more tame for the Berserk animation, for example. So I want to really push it for this one now and see what it looks like, what it could look like. So then we have this, and it can kind of go through her hand and maybe forward to kind of look. Maybe one could look forward, one could look to the side. Like this. Yeah, that makes, I think the neck around her neck just made it look much more like a snake than it should, should. So I think rotating it around her, moving it around only her arms and kind of hanging it behind her back might make it better. Maybe I should do that for the other poses too, just so we can see if that totally changes those two. then this one could maybe be like this. Okay. Yeah, I think that's much better. Okay, before we can do pose review, we need to do the adjustments on the other poses, but that shouldn't be too hard. The head lean would be against weight in middle, so maybe watch the head. Match the head, lean the... Yeah, yeah, I thought about maybe, you know, adding another like S curve here, but... yeah, let's try the other side too, just to see if it maybe... what it looks like. Oops. Oops. Do the whole thing. I think both sides can work. This one might be a bit more natural since it kind of goes with the weight of the rest of the upper body. And then, yeah, I think this one's better. Depending on how you want to make it, I would recommend experimenting a bit with the scale of the curve with Alt A. I think I want to keep the curve fairly, basically the same length, I mean same thickness everywhere, just so I can, I think that makes more sense for like a dragon where both sides have a head. Maybe the heads could be thinner, but I don't know that. Looking at it in my brain makes it... It would look kind of weird if the heads are smaller, or it would look even weirder if the middle would be smaller. So I think I want to keep it, you know, give it an even thickness everywhere. Okay, hold on. So this pose, which one was it? This one. Let's see what it looks like if we bring the dragon down. Oh wow, that already makes it so much better. But we're not reviewing yet. Almost. I have too many points now, hold on. Okay. So, this, maybe. And then around her body, which is also nice for 3D printing since it's, if it's connecting to something, it's easier to print rather than like a floating snake body, or like, you know, it's a floating noodle in the air. If it's already connected to something, it makes it easier to work with less supports. Yeah, I think that already makes it so much better. And then the first pose. Do I want to change the direction? I think so. I like the sitting pose a lot. Yeah, we're gonna review it in a bit and then we'll see. I feel like I need to change the... No, I don't. For this one, I don't. Oops. Okay, that's good. And then here, it would look kind of weird if it maybe moves around the arm like that much. So I probably want to change the direction. some in the exact opposite direction. And then maybe why are you so sweaty? It's sunscreen to protect my skin. Also the light is fairly small, so it creates like a very small highlight. And it is pretty warm, but I usually don't sweat that much, so it's not really, I'm really sweaty right now. Okay. Does that look better or the other way around? I don't know. The light is not soft. It's kind of soft. It's like, you know, just like a little ring light like this, but it's fairly small compared to my hand, for example. So it's, yeah, it's kind of, you know, if it was bigger, the highlight would be would be less extreme. There you go. Okay. I don't know about this side or the other side. I feel like, oh, first of all, this doesn't look right. I think it doesn't make a huge difference. So I will keep this for now and then see. I think I want to do pose comparisons first and then see if I want to adjust this one. Did I make you nervous? No. No. Okay, yeah. So I think this one is okay in this way. So let's see what it looks like. Just this change, not making it around, putting it around the neck, somehow already made it much better. But let's go through the poses. So we have this one, which is looks actually not too bad. Let me hide this. This one, right? I'm also kind of now looking at how it's kind of distributed in the volume that I spoke about before. Can you show the... No, you can't. Okay, yeah. So this one's nice. Let's look at the other one. The sitting pose. Oh, wrong one. Wait, which one's the sitting pose? Ah, this one. There you go. This one. Okay. Then we have this one. And those are basically all the ones that we have now. So I think out of these three, I like the second and third one the most. So this one or this one. And let me actually keyframe the snake too, the dragon. Oops, that's wrong. You can't keyframe the snake, that's weird. Oh, you can, hold on. There you go. Let's move it out of the frame. And then the same for the other one. Okay, so we have this one, And the third one is this one. Okay, so this one seems a bit too... You know what this pose reminds me of? Of a, like a... What are these dudes called? Like the ones that play instruments in like a fantasy scenario. The bards, I guess. It's like a bard pose. Not super elegant. And I think I want to go with something more elegant. So I think the other two would work better. This one or this one. I feel like both have something cool about them. I think when it comes to volume distribution, I guess both have different volumes that they occupy, so it's a bit different. But when it comes to the what kind of base we can create for this, I think this one has more potential. Of course we could go with these stairs, but maybe there's something else we could do. Maybe it could actually be another dragon. But I feel like stairs, I think like a building, maybe something in the direction of a building could make it look, also make it look more elegant or something in that direction. If it's a dragon, it looks more fantasy maybe. The idea would be kind of to insert one fantasy thing into like a fairly normal scenario. So I think... Can I make the environment slash scene? I want to finish this in... at the end of the week, so I think I'll do everything. But you can, you know, create a similar statue, and then you can, if you want, post it in the Discord if you want, and then we can compare final results. Sitting on a big dragon would look cool, yeah, but I think it's it wouldn't really be, so basically it would basically replace the stairs, so it wouldn't just be like a whole dragon here too. It would be more like if you picture her, you know, sitting here like this. Well, what am I drawing? Hold on. So, you know, like this, holding the art, you know, this is sideways now, like from this perspective. Okay. So this is what it looks like from the side. So basically the base, I only want to make the base roughly as big as it needs to be. So if you look at from the top, it only really needs to support her hand and then her leg, basically her legs. So that's the only really area that needs a support. And for this, if I wanted to create like the side or the back of a dragon, for example, it would be only really like a slice of it, like this, and then, you know, hold on, it would be looking 3D, kind of like this, with like scales or whatever. Whoop, 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 whoop. And then the side would just be like a just like a open side of the dragon, which would be kind of weird. And then you have, I don't know, turn it into a cake or whatever. Yeah, I think it would be cool, but I think something more normal would work better. Yeah, so I think I want to either stick with stairs or something similar. I don't know what else could be here instead of stairs. I guess just a slope or like the rocks or whatever, but I kind of like the stairs. We could also make them a bit more elegant by, you know, adding some stuff like a little cut right here, and then... Oh. Wait, I can just use the extrude manifold. Where is it? There you go. Make it, you know, like this. But yeah, I'll think about it. I think the environment, yeah, you know, I'm happy that we found a good pose. I'm happy with this. So now it's about blocking out all the other stuff like the outfit and then the environment. And then we can go into detailing. So, welcome Zach. Unfortunately now I will end it. So you came quite late, I guess. Wait, isn't it like 12 p.m. for you now? Yeah, so we've created this now, so this will be what we're gonna continue with. Just to see what we ended with last time. Yesterday we ended with, let me show you. We ended with this. And then I worked on it, you know, for the rest of the day. So you know, you can, I guess if you want to join tomorrow as well, you can look forward to what it will look like after I'm done working on this today. I think what I want to do is kind of just block out everything that is necessary, and maybe if I have a bit more time, start refining, but I don't want to do too much. Yeah, I feel like we can finish this earlier then. So I'm thinking about, well, like if we finish this earlier than you know, until Friday, maybe we could create like a quick sketch too, like another statue that is just easier to do. Just like, I don't know, like a dragon head or something, like a dragon head bust or whatever. That could maybe be cool. But I'm debating whether I want to stagger or, you know, do it slower so I can show more on stream, or I want to just get through this. I think I'm leaning on just getting through this. Not because I'm rushed, but because I would rather create more than show more, I guess. And I can always kind of explain what I've done offline. So I think I'm gonna do that. 10:24 a.m. Oh wow, okay. So yeah, I think I want to do that. And maybe we'll see. maybe I'll post some updates on Twitter. I don't know. I'm not really a big poster on anything else than YouTube, so maybe I'll do that a little bit more. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna work on this more offline, and you will probably see a more refined version of this tomorrow. And yeah, we're gonna continue working on this tomorrow, and maybe we can actually get quite far, and you know, get this close to being done. It is Tuesday right now, so we basically have like 3 more days to work on this, but that should be enough. So yeah, first of all, for today, thank you for joining, and hope you enjoyed it. If not, you can always tell me. And yeah, thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. If you want to get notifications for when I go live, you can join the Discord through this link. There's a channel in there that called announcement that just tells you when I go live. And yeah, I'm gonna be back tomorrow, same time, 12 a.m. GM, no, UTC. Is it 12 a.m? I think so. 12 a.m. UTC. And we're gonna continue this. So, and then if you're curious about the Deadpool animation, we're gonna start working on the actual animation next week. So if you're curious about that, you can join then. And if you haven't seen the video yet about the first part of the animation, you can check out the video that I released on yesterday. No, 2 days ago, Sunday. Yeah, but until then, until tomorrow, if you want to join, thank you for watching. Maybe I'll see you next time. Have a good rest of your day, and see ya.